Try this one. After any squad member reflects a physical on an enemy, this additional damage each its active duration equal to a percentage of the original physical anomaly damage. If the other district while the enemy is suffering a physical output, further damage multiplier is increased. When Alice inflicts assault through anomaly buildup, if the hit of her next basic attack is enhanced.
Adjust your breathing. Solid hit. Score one for me. Keep it up.
So the creating message goes out through animal buildup, she gains bladed cat. Stacks the gold. Вот так.
With the blade. You can't run. Focus on the target. Blinker strikes to score. On the road. Stay on offense. Buckle up. Take it easy. Healing session. Julie. Apologies. That's a menacing stance. Move! Yeah?
Whilst playing through Donkey Kong Bonanza, one of the things which stuck out to me most was the Fractone NPCs. These living crystal fellas can be found throughout all of the underground, from the high layers all the way down to the planet core. Oh, spoiler warning by the way, for like the entire game. And like seriously, if you haven't played through this game yet fully, please do that before watching the video. There are some serious surprises you are going to want to experience yourself, you know, unless you don't want to pay $500 to play a monkey smashing game. So hit that watch later button. I bet you never heard a YouTuber tell you to do that, eh? And you're already clicking stuff down there, so you know, hit the subscribe button and that, you know. Anyways, that was your spoiler warning. So, King K. Rool, wow, what a surprise.
Discard account linking.
All in all, this has really not been a very pleasant day.
Postal the movie review cinematic masterpiece.
Man, I sure do love waiting 8 months for a 10-minute video. So that video where I talk about that game about a raging schizophrenic is, it's taking a while to say the least, but trust me, it might be worth it. In the meantime, however, I think it's a good time to talk about one of my favorite Christmas movies. It is the holidays, after all. That movie being the 1983 classic, A Christmas Story. A movie where this little boy here wants to become a terrorist. However, the most memorable part of this movie to me wasn't even this little gremlin of a child. No, instead it was this gremlin of a child, Scut Farkus. Why do I remember him so much? Well, look at him, he's got a funny hat. Scut Farkus was played by a Mr. Zach Ward. After Christmas Story, Zach Ward wasn't in a whole lot of notable movies. He was in Freddy vs. Jason, which, by the way, is an underrated movie, as Bobby Davis. He was Sergeant Donnelly in the first Transformers movie, and he was that guy who I don't remember in Resident Evil Apocalypse, a movie I also completely forgot existed. However, beyond all this trash, he was in one very prominent movie. One movie to rival them all. A movie where the opening 5 minutes has a 9/11 joke. Uwe Boll's Postal movie. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about today. The film adaptation of the Postal games. For those of you who don't know what the Postal games are, they're mostly known for being juvenile and wacky open world games where you can chop off people's heads with a rusty shovel, kill Gary Coleman, and piss on a donut, leave it on the ground, and have a cop eat it, and then they throw up. Innovative game design. EA should be taking some notes. There's also an isometric top-down one that's really dark and edgy, a really bad one, and the one that takes me over a year to talk about. And there's Postal 4, which is just Postal 4. It sure is a video game. The Postal movie was directed by Uwe Boll, an infamous film director known for making some of the best trash cinema has ever seen, and with most of that trash being based on video games. And most notably, apart from Postal, is Alone in the Dark, widely considered to be one of the worst films ever made. And for the sake of backing that up, I did watch the movie.
Did you have a nightmare? Yeah. My mommy says that there's nothing to be afraid of in the dark. Surrender. Good.
Being afraid of the dark is what keeps most of us alive. So maybe you're thinking I'm an asshole scaring that kid for no reason. And I'm just trying to protect him.
It is very bad indeed. So with all that garbage out of the way, I think it's time to give my final and factual thoughts on the Postal movie. And what do I think of it? Well, as a movie based on Postal, it actually does a very good job and is seriously, no joke, the best video game to movie adaptation I think I've ever seen. But for people who just so happen to stumble upon this movie on fucking Tubi, they're probably gonna hate this for a multitude of reasons. So for us to find these reasons, let us grab the popcorn and get ready to compare, overanalyze, and enjoy ourselves in early 2000s video game movie adaptation of Postal. Oh yeah, by the way, I actually own this movie on Steam, which you can't do anymore since Steam removed the ability to buy movies now. Wow, if I had a nickel for every time a piece of Postal media was removed off Steam, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. The movie begins with, and I shit you not, a 9/11 joke. These two goobers here, who are named Asif and Nabi, are confused about the number of virgins they'll get after they do this random terrorist act that involves a plane. What could it be?
Hey, I'm not greedy, but what if it's 10?
They call Osama bin Laden, who tells them that he can't get them more than 20. Now, these goobers aren't Reddit or Discord mods, who, in all honesty, would do all this for one girl who is very, very far from being a virgin. So they say fuck it, and plan to fly the plane instead to the Bahamas. But right as they plan to change courses, the indomitable and unwavering American spirit busts through the door to take these terrorist scum down. But that won't be the only thing that's going down in this scene. And boom, title card. To be completely honest, when I first watched this movie, this scene right here confirmed to me that this movie is going to be better than I thought. This showed me that this movie was going to do some blatantly unnecessary, controversial shit, which is exactly what Postal likes to do. Speaking of shit Postal likes to do, it loves to take place in ironically named towns, like the town of Paradise. It seems the movie is making the jokes for me now. The trailer park isn't actually something from the games, kinda. The dude does live in a trailer home in the games, but it's only in-game appearance, and that being in Postal 2, it's just kinda camped out in someone else's backyard and not in a dedicated trailer park. Boy, I love overanalyzing this movie. Pictures then flash by, showcasing the timeline of the dude's living relationship with his wife, the bitch, who at one point was the goth girl that every unironic Wojak user dreams of. Too bad she looks like this now. They would still probably go after her. The dude is preparing himself for his job hunt. Holy shit, this is unironically the best video game movie adaptation of all time. It has the milk from Postal 2, and even as the dude leaves his trailer home, which, by the way, looks very close to the one seen in Postal 2, the bitch tells him to pick up the welfare check. So far, this list of errands the dude has to do is actually fairly similar to the game. He even has his dog Champ chilling in the driveway and shitting all over the yard.
Feces in the yard.
Now, I don't want to make fun of any group of people in particular, but as someone who does live in the southern part of the United Freedom Country, this is very close to the type of people I see roaming around the Krogers. Actually, to be fair, Kroger's too nice for this guy. The Piggly Wiggly.
Now, I don't care what you two do in your own bedroom, because if I hear your lewd love making after 10 a.m., I get to file a grievance against his sorry ass, which is exactly what I'm gonna do.
Oh, for your information, Hillbilly, I wasn't even here yesterday afternoon.
The dude is a cuck. That turned into from a fake laugh to a real laugh, god. Another actual reference to Postal 2. The Lucky Ganache is the location where you buy the milk in said game, and is portrayed here as a corner store, which is also what it is in Postal 2. I know I kept joking around about this being the best video game to movie adaptation yet, but what really adds to this is that J.K. fucking Simmons is in this movie, and he's here to tell us some truth.
The world's leading producer of is located in the basement of the Pentagon. The big three television networks are all owned and operated by a right-wing church in Atlanta. 1 in every 10 people in America is on the payroll of the CIA. Well, fuck you!
The back of the Lucky Ganache is also just like the game, with it being a terrorist hideout. However, in the movie, it actually does a better job of showing that than in Postal 2, I think.
My brother.
This is also where we're introduced to Muhammad, a central character that I'll discuss later on in the film. Cutting back to the dude in his everlasting job search, he now shows up at a company called Glutco, a place that's not in the games but does feel like something that would be there. Now, personally, I've never done any job interviews, being the niche internet micro-celebrity I am and everything, but I have filled out job applications, and this is what it feels like.
What is your greatest strength?
I'm a really good team player.
Wrong. What is your biggest weakness?
I'd say I work too hard.
Wrong. How would you move a mountain using only a spoon?
Spoon?
If you were in a box, how would you think outside it?
Well, if you're in...
Wrong.
And I'm sure every other wage slave can agree. I have called you today because you remember that scene in the Postal movie where the dude walks into Glutco and he basically asks for a job, and there's the whole interview thing. Since you're a professional wage slave, that scene is entirely accurate, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Do you know how many times in the day I want to fill the entire air frying like a little utensil filled with ice and just leave the fryer on and just walk out?
I'd go as far as to say that Uwe Boll is the only genius in the fucking business, with the way that he masterfully depicts this whole industry of capital America, with the whole, all the cocksucking ducks.
I have the ice in my bag, the ice in my hand, Jamie.
Having somebody tell you you're wrong when in your heart you know you're right, but in the end pulling through like with the indomitable human spirit, it's just poetic shit, really.
These motherfuckers, $10 an hour. Telling me that the fryer isn't clean. I've been here for 10 hours.
I think, in my opinion, I'd have to say Uwe Boll is probably the only genius, not only in the business but of our era. And I appreciate his work and what it does to represent, the lower class of capital America.
Yeah, I think that scene in that movie really captures why everybody's going postal, in my opinion.
Last question. What is the difference between a duck?
And... What the hell is wrong with you people? A duck? I came here for a job. A job. As far as I know, that job has nothing to do with a cocksucking motherfucking duck.
Each one a challenge. Each one addressed brilliantly by 5 of the best actors in this business. Here are the nominees for actor in a leading role. And the Oscar goes to...
Zach Ward in Postal.
Feels good.
Before the dude leaves, he is asked to sing the company fight song.
It's not a flag, it's a company, high-flying company, and it'll cheerfully work you to death.
This was actually my #1 most listened to song on my Spotify Wrapped this year. The movie then cuts away to the denomination of organic monotheism, or Doom for short. It's a cult that worships its leader, Uncle Dave, another character from Postal 2 who is actually the Postal dude's uncle and is the leader of religious zealots in the town of Paradise. In the movie, he's seen as an icon that will lead the world into its final days. If you couldn't tell by the clever naming, this is a doomsday cult. Despite that, the cult does have one demon they still fear, the IRS. And after not paying for taxes for 3 years, they owe
$1.3 million and 79 cents.
Oh, fuck, Rich.
One thing I do really want to give this movie props for is these weird miscellaneous shots that in any other movie would feel extremely out of place, but here they fit right at home, as what makes the Postal games memorable are the extremely goofy NPCs that line the streets and buildings. And the movie adapts this pretty well. There's a street hustler, crooked cops, and 2 horny old men. These characters actually make multiple appearances in the movies. Speaking of making multiple appearances, this is where we're first introduced to Faith, who is essentially the love interest for this movie. She's actually the worst part of the movie, as it feels like her whole character was shoehorned in to have a hot lady accompany the Postal dude later on in this movie. But that's later. and we're talking about now. After this scene, the dude walks to Uncle Dave's cult compound, and this is another minor detail about this movie that I actually really like. In the Postal games, you mostly walk everywhere, with Postal 4 being the first game to really introduce the ability to drive. This minor detail makes the movie feel more at home with the games and allows for the dude to get into more of those weird interactions with random people on the streets, just like the games. The dude does drive in this movie, however, but it's only really when the plot calls for it. Every other time, they call him the Wanderer. Yeah, the Wanderer. He roams around. God, I'm gonna blow myself up with a fucking mini nuke. At Uncle Dave's compound, he tells the dude that he's got a plan to get him out of his IRS nightmare.
You know, it's funny you showing up here like this. You know, because I find myself in a financial situation.
But the dude refuses, stating that he doesn't do that kind of work anymore because last time he did, he was convicted for doing a little too much trolling and couldn't get into a nice college or get a nice job anymore. And without a nice job, the dude relies on welfare, which is the next place in this journey, the welfare office. And hey, look, it's the random street hustler. He's back.
Since the United States has closed their borders, they're getting rid of the Statue of Liberty. I don't understand you. All that scrap copper is going to be for sale.
While waiting in line, this random guy goes a little postal and shoots up the place. And what does our titular hero do in this incredibly dangerous event? He crawls around on the floor, stealing tickets from corpses in order to get a higher queue in the line. However, after looting all the bodies, the office closes because fuck you! That's why. On his way home, he sees his trailer home shaking around and finds out that old Piggly Wiggly is fucking his wife. Old Piggly Wiggly. What was going through my mind when I wrote Old Piggly Wiggly? This is the moment that Walter White becomes Heisenberg. The dude runs to a phone booth to call Uncle Dave to tell him that he's finally been indoctrinated into the incel pipeline and now wants to take down the IRS to show dominance over society. However, this can't be done without one more random encounter NPC. And hey, it's our good friend the Hustler from earlier. See, in the last scene, the guy who shut up the welfare office didn't give him his pin back. So he's been on a quest to find his pin, and all quest markers point to the dude. He runs up to him and politely asks him for info on his pin. However, this is the equivalent of a simple raider robbing you in Fallout, but you were currently equipped with an XO1 power armor and enough mini nukes to level Japan for a third time. Bin Laden shows up on TV and does Bin Laden things. I got nothing for this. I was born after 9/11, so all I know is TikTok trends, eat hot chip, and lie. Anyways, Bin Laden is speaking to Muhammad about how he loves America and wants to protect it dearly. Get it, I lied. Anyways, again, Muhammad actually tells Bin Laden that he has a plan to take down the infidels, and that requires a shipment of crotchy dolls.
I'm gonna go watch Oprah.
But Muhammad isn't the only one who also wants to go after the crotchy dolls. Dave's plan in order to get out of the IRS's crosshairs is also to rob the shipment of crotchy dolls because apparently these things sell for an assload on eBay. 4,000 assloads to be specific. Math then happens.
And 2,000 times $4,000
is
eight.
That's like, no, it's 800.
No.
Well,
it's 8.
You move. And
well, if it's 3 zeros and
you move the decimal back.
I don't think. No. Well, wait. It's a fucking lot of money.
Oh, it's an assload of money,
dude.
The duo then plans out their GTA-styled heist, needing multiple things in order to get the gold medal for the 100% completionist rank. Hey, look, J. Jonah Jameson again. He's telling the fine folks of paradise that he's looking for a man running around in red and blue spandex, slinging white fluid everywhere. Muhammad takes this as a threat because in reality, he is Spider-Man. So he sends a dedicated Marvel fan to go deal with him. Oh yeah, the dude is also there buying lockpicks for later. The dude then goes on a Metal Gear Solid infiltration tactic in order to steal a postal truck. Oh my god, it's the thing. It's a postal truck, like the game Postal. Holy fuck, it's the thing. I love it in the postal games where the postal dude delivered mail and said, "I love being the postal dude." Sorry, got a little carried away there. Anyways, the dude actually unable to lockpick the door because it's too high of a level uses a classic technique of using a disabled man in a scooter as a platform so he can crouch jump over the fence. Fucking speed run tactics right here. Submit this to GDQ. Turns out this disabled man named Harry is actually a money glitch technique used by the crooked cop NPC from earlier. Yeah, that's all I can really say here. What great writing, Jamie. Cutting back to the dude and Dave, they're planning their GTA heist on Little Germany, and at the same time, the Taliban are also planning their heist on Little Germany as well. Both are going after the crotchy dolls being shipped there because that's the only place in the country that's going to have them after the freighter transporting them to the States crashed. This is fairly convenient to the plot. Why?
Fuck you!
During the Taliban's heist planning, Osama gets a Discord call from the one and only George W. Bush. Turns out he and Osama are great friends and love doing things together, like blow up towers to cause an international panic or blow up pipelines for insurance claims. You know, best friend things. God, I just love cutaway shots. We have another to a midget. This is actually a big international superstar that plays the Crotchy character in the universe. And as part of the heist plans, the dude's team fucked with his transport, so now he's far from paradise. Honestly, that might be a good thing. Right. So the dude's team is dressed up as Hitler and they're wearing Nazi armbands. For what reasons? It's funny. It's funny. Comedy funny. Little Germany is where the movie is at its climax, and we'll quickly see why. But first, we have to make our way past the Lederhosen booth and the concentration camp playground in order to get next to the stage to see the man himself, Uwe Boll. He's the owner of Little Germany, and as stated earlier, this is the only place in North America to have the Crotchy dolls, because fuck you! More NPC dialogue ensues, something about hitting a dog, neck breaking, and putting sperm in bottles to feed children.
They all got AIDS.
Normal postal stuff. I honestly got nothing for this next scene, and it's probably honestly my favorite scene just because of how fucking bizarre it is. I don't think I'll get shot by running with scissors for putting this in here, but who knows. I'll push my luck for the sake of this scene.
To relay a tale only the heart can understand. That sounds amazing. What's it called? Pong.
You know, there are all the rumors out that my movies are financed with Nazi gold, and what should I say? It's true. But somebody must do something with the money.
You know that my father died in Auschwitz.
My grandpa died also in Auschwitz. He fell from a watchtower. Alright, okay, take your ring. So. Something wrong, folks? I get a little horny here on stage sometimes. If you see the crowd and all the children.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The dude then arrives at Little Germany and the heist begins. First, Dude and Dave must use a tactical distraction on the guards with his crew of God-loving women, luring them away to easily slip into the storage room with the Crotchy dolls. Oh, also the international superstar shows up to Germany for the selling of the Crotchy dolls. We'll worry about that later. Anyways, the tactical God-loving women return to the storeroom as well after incapacitating the guards. And sadly, one of them had a guard. The dude continues to smoke this literal roach of a blunt here, barely taking as well after incapacitating the guards. And sadly, one of them had a guard. The dude continues to smoke this literal roach of a blunt here, barely taking any puffs and letting the tactical God-loving women do the job of lifting the boxes for him. Because what else do you do with tactical God-loving women? Around this time, Osama and crew show up after getting lost earlier and crawl over the walls of Little Germany to infiltrate. And also around this time, the actual best scene in the entire movie happens. The Crotchy mascot takes his hat off to reveal that he's actually...
Ball, I'm Vince Desi. What the fuck you do to my game Postal?
I don't know what your fucking problem is.
Actually...
Ball, I'm Vince Desi. What the fuck you do to my game Postal?
I don't know what your fucking problem is. The movie is great.
Oh shit!
Vince Desi then pulls out a gun, attempting to shoot Uwe Boll, proclaiming it's for video games, before ultimately dying. And also, this is where the dude is unmasked and shown to a crowd of people for the first time. A massive shootout then happens, where children get shot. Yeah, I can't show any of this on YouTube. If you want a visual representation of this, go install the Killable Children mod for Fallout 4 and you'll practically get the same effect. A lot of side characters get killed here, like Harry, the TV host guy, and Uwe Boll. Who's gonna make Alone in the Dark 3 now? Vern is then kidnapped in his own suitcase by Richie, which, by the way, I just now realized I've not said who these characters are at all. They're kind of important main character, side character type guys. Vern is that international superstar I kept talking about earlier for the Crotchy show. I just never mentioned him by name. And Richie's kind of like Dave's right-hand man. Like I said, these characters are very important, yet when writing the review for this, I never saw them as important enough to write into the script until now. Anyways, yeah, Vern is then kidnapped in his own suitcase by Richie. This will all make sense later, just trust me. Also, the woman is back! Gee, I wonder if the movie is trying to set up a really shallow love interest. Oh boy! The Great Pursuit then happens, where the dude is being chased by both the cops and the Taliban. This also happens.
Oh, it's the moo cow from the welfare office. Sorry, we're closed.
This makes the police lose the dude. Cutting back to Little Germany again, generic newswoman number 428 lies on TV about how she cares about the dead kids.
These kids are starting to smell.
What? It was at this point in the script I started to get a little bit agitated that I felt like I had to write everything that was happening. I'm sure you can kind of tell. The dude and crew arrive back at the Doom compound, but oh no, the Taliban are already here. What will the crew do now? The crew decides to go down into a secret underground fallout shelter that even Dave doesn't know about. And while doing it, the dude will ditch the truck full of crotchy dolls in a random place so the Taliban don't find them. He parks them right next to the welfare office because this movie had to make the most out of this street that they rented out. The scene has 2 classic Postal references and gives the dude his name in film.
Also known as Postal Dude. Postal Dude.
Regardless of that, the cops are showing a group of people a picture of the dude, which seemed to be a direct reference to his appearance in Postal 1. Long hair, sweater, and all. Along with that, the dude says this.
So if you see him,
You ever just have one of those days?
No.
Hey, the Postal Dude!
The dude is then spotted being right here where the cops are, showing people his picture. And after running away and hiding in the Lucky Ganache, he sneaks out the back, gets caught by an officer, assaults said officer, and steals his uniform. Holy shit, it's just like a video game where you do that. It's a gameplay mechanic. Oh my god, it's so accurate! God, that's hurting my voice. The dude comes back to the compound after losing the mob and proceeds to do some more Metal Gear stealth techniques to open the fallout shelter for everybody else. Sneaking inside, the dude takes a cat and puts it on his gun for it to be used as a silencer. If you are unaware, this is actually something you can do in the Postal games and is one of the more popular gameplay mechanics. And Postal 3 won't ever shut the fuck up about this prop in its loading screens. Like seriously, there's like 4 different loading screens in Postal 4 and this is one of them, always talking about how much the prop cost and only how it's shown on screen for 2 seconds. And this is one of them, always talking about how much the prop cost and only... Seriously, there's like 4 different loading screens in Postal 4 and this is one of them, always talking about how much the... loading screens. Like seriously, there's like 4 different loading screens in Postal 4 and this is one of them, always talking about how much the prop cost and only how it's shown on screen for 2 seconds. Okay, I'm not here to talk about Postal 3. I'm here to talk about how the gang makes it inside the fallout shelter, which they all do successfully without any problems. Also, it's not a bomb shelter, it's a god shelter. Some stuff happens about the end of the world. Turns out Richie was evil the whole time or something. I don't even know, man.
Fuck you!
Upstairs, Muhammad tells the terrorists that the whole reason that they needed the crotchy dolls in the first place was so they could implant all of them with the avian bird flu to wipe out the US entirely. Some plot convenience happens. Richie's a religious fanatic or some shit. Bro, I've lost the point with trying to explain what the hell's going on in this movie. Richie explains that they'll know the final days are coming because
On that day, a David will be raped by 1,000 monkeys!
yeah, this is an actual scene that happens in this movie. God, I love this movie. Like Among Us. Anyways, Muhammad appoints the as someone to sacrifice themselves for something. They never really say, but what they do say is that they don't know where Osama is.
Anybody know where the fuck he is?
But we do because it's the next scene where Osama's in a seminar about learning how to better control your employees. Also, learned a fun fact about meth.
Especially if you put crystal meth in the water. Now, some of you may be asking, isn't crystal meth illegal? Technically, yes. But the U.S. Air Force uses it to fuel their pilots when they're on night missions over Afghanistan.
God, we're back here. Okay, so Dave turns on Dude for his people. His people turn on Dave. Dave and Richie make out. Yes, it is very uncomfortable. Dave realizes he's gay. You know, good for him. I'm always happy to see people realize their true selves. Turns out Dave's true self also requires a bullet in his chest because Richie shoots Dave. Dave then feels the touch of a woman's breast and realizes that he's bisexual. Good for him, you know, I'm always happy. Richie also realizes he can't kill the dude because he's the only one who knows where the truck is parked, and it is very hard to find. And while distracting Richie by talking to him, he pickpockets some C4. Richie then puts the dude in a cell, and using the C4, the dude commits what the voices in my head at 4chan keep telling me to do. Make homemade bombs. Which the dude does successfully. The dude's cool and awesome gearing up section happens and is now out for revenge on Richie. This is also the scene where the dude reveals his anarchist tattoo. This, along with his peace shirt, actually do a pretty good job of illustrating that the dude is a being of pure neutrality, as he is in the games. Like I said at the start of the video, overanalyzing this shit is kind of my whole shtick. Also, the tactical god-loving women join the dude on his quest to kill Richie and go upstairs at a cool, awesome terrorist killing scene. Also, two of the tactical god-loving women kill each other because they were faking being retarded or something. I've lost whatever happened in like the last 20 minutes or so. Taking the Taliban's SUV, the dude drives back into town to kill Richie, but not before doing one more gearing up scene, and he finally gets the sunglasses. Now all he's missing is a trench coat and he'd be perfect. NPC interactions occur, women shows up, the dude is being chased down even though he is wielding a fully loaded machine gun, but you know, it happens. Backed into an alley, he takes off his sunglasses, damn, and unloads the machine gun into a crowd of NPCs. Woman shows up, they talk about something, team up because, yeah, I don't know anymore.
Fuck you!
The next scene happens.
Looks
Racism.
like your money's good. You're American, even though you're black.
The next scene happens. A baby gets run over. The next scene happens.
Hey,
sex. Like I said, at this point, we're getting near the end of the movie, and I'm honestly running on fumes here. It's the final battle, the dude versus the entire town of Paradise Terrace and Richie. It's a blood-filled battle. Bullets are fired, and when all hope seemed lost, the dude tries to do something crazy. He attempts to talk to them.
Bomb that can take out a whole city block bomb. I got a Glock in my Rari.
It's a heart-filled scene about how we as humans waste our lives battling our differences when all we need to do is come together and accept one another, even if we all don't see eye to eye, and also how we all hate Jews.
We all hate Jews!
Yeah, well, everybody knows that.
No.
Shoot him.
It doesn't work. The dude then tears down the entirety of the horde with his machine gun. During that, Osama runs away to make another call to George Bush to get him the fuck out of Paradise City, where the grass is green and the girls are pretty. Cutting back to the dude's fight with literally everyone, he nut blasts a man. That's about it. The next scene happens. The IRS shows up. The terrorists try to kill him. They forget the funny vest, and turns out the funny was in the car with Muhammad, and boom! That's that character done and dealt with. Speaking of characters done and dealt with...
Okay, you're my publisher. You tell them that this is a prime example of why everybody should buy my book, How to Fire an Employee Without Making Him Go Postal. Because I'm a fucking...
The next scene happens. The dude kills Richie and spews the best one-liner of all time. Turns out Champ was in the back of the cop car, so no good boys die in the making of this movie. Turns out the U.S. is getting nuked. Ah, well, it is what it is, really.
Worse still, they continue to make T-shirts for well under $1.
Anyways, what about the postal truck?
I regret nothing.
Yeah, he said the thing! Lard falls from the sky, the dude puts back on his sunglasses, and he and the women drive away into the sunset, with their futures unclear. The next scene happens. Osama and Bush are skipping through a field as the U.S. gets nuked. And that's where the movie ends. What? So, yeah, that was the Postal movie. Like I said, I unironically, no joke, think this is the best game to film adaptation out there. And yes, I am very biased. The movie does so much right when it comes to the Postal franchise, featuring actual locations, characters, and gameplay mechanics that make this a great adaptation. And while watching the movie with some friends, my buddy Tyler mentioned something that was actually pretty cool. He mentioned how every single person in this film that's not a main character still look unique from one each other, and he said himself, kinda cool how they all got the extras to look just like NPCs, which may have just been us overanalyzing the movie and not the true intentions, but hey, it's still cool detail nonetheless. But what about as a movie? Well, the movie suffers from a lot of things. The fact that this movie has a more dull color palette than Fallout New Vegas most of the time, the script is kinda the jokes are kinda useless characters that are there for no reason, some of which were just fully cut out of this review each time they showed up, and overall the story is just kinda plain bad. That's also the beauty of the whole thing, really. Postal is a game franchise known for not having the best writing or most well-received jokes. The franchise barely has a story, and the color palette of Postal 2 is also more drab than this movie, which is why this movie is a masterpiece that it is. It knew it wasn't going to be good at all, so embrace that. Hell, Uwe Boll himself said that this movie was made as a middle finger to Hollywood in general to get back at everyone who hated him and protested him in his movies.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Aside from all of that, the only character I actually really want to talk about in this movie is the Postal dude. Zach Ward does a great job portraying this character. Not only does he just kind of straight up look like him, but he also has some of those same mannerisms that the dude has within the franchise.
My source is...
Also on a side thing, you can actually play as Zach Ward in Postal 4, voice and everything. Except there, I don't think he fits as well because this face was made for one of the other 3 voice actors and not Scott Farkus. But I do like the movie-inspired outfit. That one is cool. Overall, I'm going to give the Postal movie a final and factual rating that hopefully won't cause Uwe Boll to email me demanding that I box him for saying this movie was bad. And that score is a fuck you out of 10.
information. Video on Postal the movie. Hey, Jamie.
That's it. That's the end. I did it. I said the most controversial thing in the history of my channel. I deserve to be tried for my crimes against humanity, put up against a wall.
Temple Chromes. Finish reading.
With a firing squad. What have I done? Why? I'm so sorry. I saw the trailer for Battlefield 6 and I got excited. I thought it looked absolutely incredible. And the first thing that I did was I went on Twitter, first mistake, and I said, do not pre-order. People didn't like that. I was hit with a wave of some of the most emotional, performative, and downright moronic takes that I have ever seen. Most of them I'll be sharing with you today. Some people thought that I hate Battlefield for some reason. Other people thought that I was specifically telling them what to do with their money. I don't care what you do with your money. If I'm going out and I'm saying something like, don't pre-order a game or just games in general, to be honest with you, man, that's just a reminder of a system that has burned us time and time again. This happened with Battlefield 2042. What's that Asmongold quote? Every single player backlash or uprising or whatever else is only a 5-minute cinematic trailer from being forgotten. That's exactly what's going on right now. It's recency bias more than it is anything else. We have seen this happen so many times in the past. Trailers, promotional material, especially for AAA games, rarely deliver on the promises that are given. And you guys know this. Everybody knows this. And I know how exciting it is to see a new game. And while I think that Battlefield 6 looks like a safe bet, my question is, why take the bet at all when it costs me nothing just to wait? Pre-ordering used to mean something, but year over year, the value has been just drained out of it entirely. And the crazy thing is that pre-ordering used to be part of the foundation of this industry, but that's just been destroyed. There's nothing in it for us anymore other than a couple of skins. Here you go. Here's your couple of cosmetics and a broken video game. So with all this risk and very little reward, my question is, why the fuck are we pre-ordering games? I'm going to start by saying that I think Battlefield 6 looks incredible. I've got a whole other video planned talking about EA and how we might actually be seeing a real turnaround over there, which is a crazy thing for me to be saying, especially on this channel. But I mean, you know, after releasing something like Dragon Age the Veilguard, that's enough to change any company. But Battlefield 6, everything about its reveal has been textbook perfect. Community feedback implemented, lessons learned, gameplay is looking sharp. First impressions are absolutely glowing from just about every single person that's played it. If you're a fan, it feels like there is a genuine great game just around the corner, but that is all it is, a possibility, a strong maybe, and none of that is a reason for me to pay money for something that I can't play right now. Everything that we have seen, even the hands-on stuff, is all a part of a marketing push. It's been filtered, edited, and carefully presented to convince you that this thing is a smart investment. And let's be honest, we've been down this road before far too many times. There is a long, ugly history of pre-orders leading straight to scuffed launches. At best, you are paying for the privilege to beta test some broken game 2 months early. At worst, you're handing over cash in exchange for a few skins in the hope that things won't go sideways. So yeah, I'm hyped. Of course I'm hyped. I want Call of Duty to die, and I want Battlefield to be the one to kill it, but the cynic on my shoulder kicked in and tweeted out, do not fucking pre-order. And while some people got it, the rest, well, these replies made me lose all faith in humanity. Always pre-order what you love. Don't know why people are saying not to pre-order. It was actually brilliant. I like to pre-order the day before release just to get the free bonus shit. Too late, I'm gonna pre-order. I just pre-ordered twice. Don't tell me what to do. Bro, I just took 200 milligrams of zinc. What do you expect? I'm gonna pre-order Battlefield 6 just to piss y'all off. Worst advice ever, you're the problem with gaming. And this just went on and on. People retweeting, posting, sharing receipts of them buying the game. I guess these guys assumed that I was like rolled up in a corner somewhere, losing my mind. I don't care how you guys spend your money. I just don't see the point. And the fact that people would be responding to this with receipts like it's a badge of honor is just something straight out of Idiocracy, especially the ones that are talking about how they're buying the game for skins. Guys, this is a first-person game. One reply really stuck with me though. Somebody said, I see what you're saying, but I typically pre-order games I know I absolutely want, regardless of reviews. When I pre-order, it's more so I can pay and not have to deal or worry about it later when it's potentially out of budget or something. That hit me. I used to be in the exact same spot, up to my neck in debt, stuck with a dead-end job, barely scraping by. The only thing that I was looking forward to was playing games just to escape. And even though I couldn't afford it, I still would pre-order games because that anticipation, that promise of joy, it was all I had. But that's also what makes us the perfect targets. These marketing campaigns are built to exploit that hope. They sell you relief, they sell you comfort, and they know exactly how to do it without delivering anything real. Because the truth is, when you pre-order a game that hasn't even gone gold, that doesn't even technically exist in its final form. All you're buying is a receipt and a feeling, and that's just not enough anymore. It's not fair to us, not with how much money they are asking us to pay for these games, how little you actually get, and how often the end result isn't what was promised. Pre-ordering used to serve a purpose back when games were physical and stock was limited. If you didn't reserve a copy, you might spend all day driving around from store to store just to come up empty. We used to put $5 down on a copy, not pay for the entire thing in full. It used to be a reservation, not a financial commitment, and it used to mean something. Pre-ordering was an event. Midnight launches were peak gaming culture. I remember lining up for Wrath of the Lich King, Gears of War, Halo, Call of Duty, calling my friends, grabbing food, staking out our spots in line. Stores were running giveaways, trivia, and tournaments. It was a celebration, and you actually got something out of it. T-shirts, posters, keychains, figurines, collector stuff that you could hold on to, something to mark the moment, because that's what game releases used to be, something to remember. Now that's gone, it's dead, it's buried, and while I totally get and support people wanting to pre-order and support physical games, digital has completely killed the culture and value. Games don't run out of stock anymore. You can just download them day one. Most local game stores are completely gone by this time. Big retailers aren't doing midnight launches anymore, and the only way that you're going to get any type of physical merch for supporting a game is if you're dropping $100 or more on a collector's edition, or in the case of Diablo 4, even a collector's edition doesn't even include the game. And most pre-order bonuses now are just cosmetic or content that's been cut from the main game and sold separately, or content that was specifically made to push pre-orders and upgrades. Beyond that, the entire intent of pre-ordering has changed. It used to be a simple convenience for us and a thank you from the devs to the player, but now it's a one-sided deal. It's a publisher benefiting transaction. Pre-orders are just a cash flow tool, a sales forecast, a development milestone. Most of the time we are buying something that isn't even finished. It's just late-stage crowdfunding without any of the transparency. I mean, do I even have to say Cyberpunk 2077? Yeah, the game redeemed itself, but at one point, that game had the world wrapped around its finger. I think I pre-ordered the game the minute that it hit the store. Every reveal, every trailer, gameplay snippet, behind the scene, closed doors, previews, it all looked perfect. This was the developers of The Witcher 3. There wasn't a single red flag, and then it dropped, and it was a total nightmare. Unfinished, broken, it didn't deliver on a fraction of what was promised. It became, at the time, the clearest example of why you don't give these companies your money until you know exactly what you're getting. No Man's Sky, same story. Redemption later, disaster at launch. Aliens Colonial Marines, previews, hands-on, and early reviews were all based on content that didn't even exist in the final game. It was all curated specifically for the reviewers to sell the game for them. Then we have Battlefield 2042, widely seen as one of the worst entries in the franchise, and just like Battlefield 6, it promised a return to form. Dynamic weather events, 128 player lobbies, next-gen destruction, big callbacks to Battlefield 3 and Battlefield 4 to tug at your heartstrings, but the beta and the release revealed all. Buggy, unpolished, core mechanics missing. The new specialist system replaced the class system and pissed off just about everybody. The game was such a letdown that weeks after launch, players started circulating a change.org petition demanding refunds across all platforms. Now, I've only listed a few, but there is a long list of games that have burned players, and there just really isn't any benefit for players to pre-order anymore. And honestly, I don't even see the benefit for studios and publishers outside of capturing your money early. Because some people were asking for more context, I posted again saying, for those with brain slugs, we used to pre-order to reserve a copy day one, participate in a midnight launch, and get collector's merch. Now, you just give money to a company for no reason and get skins you will replace the second that your impulsive ass gets into the cosmetic shop. This drew the attention of Larian Studios' head of publishing, who had said, it actually helps an incredible amount because console first parties attribute success and support to pre-order numbers. Months before launch, it's the only measurable stat that can make a difference. Not saying you should, but it's not true that it's for no reason. If you want to support a game, this is genuinely the best, most effective way. I responded, I understand where you're coming from, and that's why I support early access but not pre-orders. One is active, the other is passive. I want to actually give my support through feedback, critique, and data, rather than just giving a company money simply to prove interest. To which he replied, that's a big brain POV, I respect it. Now, while I didn't say this in the post, I totally understand that there is valuable information that developers can get from being able to see how many people may or already have committed money to a game. That's very valuable for these guys, but I completely disagree with it being the only valuable metric or the only measurement to be able to use to be able to make a difference before a game releases. That doesn't even make any sense to me. These companies have so many tools at their disposal. They have all these different social media metrics and things like that to be able to look at, to see exactly what people are saying and thinking about their game, how many people are positive and negative, and what are you doing? Plus, on top of that, he's alluding to something that is incredibly dangerous, and that's the idea that with these first-party titles on consoles more than anything else, likely is what he's talking about, that whether or not the game gets finished or whether or not they put more into marketing is dictated on how many pre-orders a game has. That's terrible. What do you make that make sense? You're investing hundreds of millions of dollars into a game. You get it to the finish line, and then now you're looking at pre-orders and deciding whether or not you want to finish it or put more marketing into it? Something that is dictated on player spending habits, world economic conditions that can shift at any given moment, whether or not another developer burned a bunch of players on pre-orders before your game comes out and makes them skittish and not want to actually pre-order a game. The only way this makes any sense to me is if these guys are just completely ignoring social media metrics altogether and are ignoring player feedback on social media. Never mind, actually, it makes perfect sense to me now that I say that. There just isn't anything in it for players anymore. There's no value in it for us, and there's so much risk that's associated with it. And these games are so expensive, and they're getting even more expensive. They want to be even more expensive. And we just don't see a lot of AAA games that are actual of good quality, right? I mean, I don't, to be honest with you. I mean, my other people might actually have a different eye than I do when it comes to this stuff, but I think Battlefield 6 likely is going to be an exception to the rule. I think that the game is genuinely going to be good, at least from what I've seen of it so far. But that is something of an anomaly today. And personally, I just don't like betting on anomalies. I would much rather wait to see what that game looks like when that game comes out. It costs me absolutely nothing just to wait. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. That's the thing. This system isn't built to benefit us anymore. Instead, it's built to support the bloated budgets and headcounts of these companies. I mean, keep in mind, Battlefield, EA had said, they came out and said, we want 100 million players for Battlefield. They are likely budgeting this game based on that projection. That is a very dangerous thing to do, and that's exactly why these companies want your money, because it shows to their shareholders that they're pulling something in, and it's essentially trying to pretend like the entire system isn't on fire. But what I don't think that these guys understand or have come to realize is that their cost cutting and their removal of value from pre-ordering and the culture itself has completely removed the safety net out from underneath them. Now, I've had this theory for a while now about why so many high-profile games flop, why studios keep getting shut down, and why it feels like every single new release has everything riding on it. And I think it's because AAA publishers accidentally destroyed pre-orders while still relying on them to survive, and they also are designing their games for day one sales. And yeah, I know that this entire video is about not pre-ordering, but let's be honest, we're just not seeing them at the scale that we used to anymore. People are pointing to Battlefield 6 topping the Steam charts like it's some kind of proof that pre-ordering is still alive and well, but what's actually happening right now? I mean, the last big game release that we had was Expedition 33 back in April. Wu Chang Fallen Feathers could have been the next one, but performance issues kind of tanked that game's sales. Nothing else is selling right now. So of course Battlefield 6 is going to look massive because it's not up against anything. Over the years, publishers stripped out everything that made pre-ordering feel worthwhile. No merch, no collectibles, no culture. They moved to digital to save on retail partnerships, manufacturing, and shipping. Fine. Sure, but in doing that, they erase the entire reason why people pre-order. There's nothing to hold. There's nothing to look forward to. No benefit. Just early payment for a product that you don't own yet. And while they were cutting those corners, they were scaling up everywhere else. Games got bigger, studios ballooned in size, budget skyrocketed. We're talking about games that are $300 to $400 million projects now, and somehow, despite offering less, they became more dependent than ever on pre-orders, not to reward you, not to create hype, just to calm down their investors to convince themselves that they weren't about to tank another release. But I also think that people used to pre-order because they wanted to, because there was something they used to get. I used to do it all the time, not because I thought the game was going to be amazing, but because I thought they were relatively inexpensive, and it came with a shirt or a hat or a statue or a launch event or just something to feel like I was being a part of something, because that used to be enough. And back then, that was a cushion. That used to be a safety net for these guys. Even if the game turned out mediocre or broken, the pre-orders were already locked in. Day one sales could carry the launch, and publishers could just fill in the cracks later. But now, that doesn't work. So now, with all the benefits stripped away, cost skyrocketing in every single release, feeling like a game of Russian roulette, where it might launch with performance issues, missing content, weird messaging, or in some cases just be a straight-up scam, I would like to believe, maybe not most, but a lot of players have finally wisened up. They wait, they hold out, and they just don't get excited until a game is actually out. And again, this is entirely the publisher's fault. Not for just mismanaging their budgets or failing to give players a reason to pre-order, but for releasing unfinished, mediocre, and broken games and expecting us to show up for it anyway. I think one of the reasons why so many of these companies are struggling right now is because they got so used to us committing early. That trust gave them the permission to be able to cut corners in the final stretch, knowing that they already had our money and could just fix it later. And if you want proof of that system being broken, all we got to do is look back at Baldur's Gate 3. That game caused a full-on panic across the industry. Not because it was a surprise hit, but because it exposed just how far the bar had been lowered. When players started calling it the new gold standard, you had studios and publishers who were jumping in to say, this isn't realistic, you can't expect this from everyone. And the fact that they were saying that out loud, that they were openly afraid of a well-made, competent game, should tell you everything. But an article from GameDeveloper.com, well, they were the ones that actually confirmed what all of us had already expected. They were trying to explain away and talk about how these studios can't do what Larian is actually doing and trying to defend the system, but they accidentally exposed just how dysfunctional it really is. In an article titled "Yelling is Not Journalism," written in response to the player outrage, they had wrote, in abstract, here's the big part of it. Games release in imperfect states because developers either run out of money or shareholders of the parent company mandate that a game must come out in a certain window, which developers have no control over. They run out of money trying to make the best game possible with the least amount of time. Devs rarely control their own budget, and they're trying to make as much cool stuff as they can with the time that they're allotted. In short, for one reason or another, they're often forced to start selling a game in order to pay for its completion. This has been done through DLC, patches, early access, and yes, even microtransactions for ages because of the rising expectations of AAA and because big studios are beholden to financial year results and reporting to their investors. Devs burn through their life force trying to make this happen, and it's upsetting to see this brought up with absolute incuriosity. And that's it. That's the entire problem. They have front-loaded the entire operation, so now it is aimed at the hype leading up to release and the day one result. And they will just figure out what happens next after the game releases. That is effectively what pre-ordering is today, and that's the reason why nobody wants to do it anymore. They are not launching finished products. They are launching funding campaigns. I don't know about you guys, but I'm here to buy a video game, not somebody else's problems, not pay for the fact that developers have no control over their own workplace or donate to a Kickstarter that's being sold as a finished product. That is not our fucking responsibility. But what I don't think these companies understand is that era is over. We live in a reality now where audience sentiment can kill a game well before it even launches. If players sense bloat, greed, or even a hint of personal politics, it's going to spread instantly. Publishers built an economy powered by hype, but now that economy is controlled by an audience that doesn't trust them anymore, an audience that they created. And as we've seen, that shift has not gone well for them. Sure, there are definitely some outlier games like Call of Duty or Monster Hunter Wilds where the brand is bulletproof or the competition is non-existent, but those are rare. Everyone else, you can see just how fragile they are right now. Look at Dragon Age the Veilguard. That reveal trailer sparked cautious excitement, then the official trailer dropped and that momentum collapsed overnight. First impressions fell flat, the game got discounted within a month and then dumped into a subscription service, and then after that it just kind of vanished from conversation. Same story with Assassin's Creed, same with Avowed, same with the whole stack of games that we've seen over the past couple of years. These projects live and die by early momentum, and they're operating in a world where that momentum can disappear with a single bad trailer. And honestly, I don't think any of this changes, not unless there's a massive return to physical gaming. But let's be real, with the rise of PC and most players preferring the convenience of being able to download a game digitally, that ship has sailed. It was a lightning in a bottle moment where pre-orders actually meant something, where we could trust the industry, where launch events were culture. It's gone and it's not coming back, but that's fine. If the old system is dead, then it's time to build something better, something that puts the players first. We all know development is expensive and we all know it's a gamble, and you can have the right idea, but at the wrong time. You can build something beautiful but still miss the mark. Players understand that, but that doesn't mean that we should be the ones that are absorbing the risk for it, because that's not our job to fund that. I think that's one of the reasons why Expedition 33 worked out so well. While the game was absolutely incredible, the developers never assumed that they had a hit. They knew that they were unknown, so instead of pushing deluxe editions and cosmetic bundles, they just gave players a reason to trust them. A 15% discount for pre-ordering. No strings, no bullshit, just a fair trade. Support for savings. And honestly, I'll take that over a batch of skins any day, and I think that's the direction that the rest of this industry needs to start heading in. I think that discounts before release is the best step forward. I think that it's obvious by now that this industry, no matter how much money they make, they're never going to detach from the teat that is their shareholders. And if that's the case, well, then you need to start giving players a reason to support early, a real reason to support early. And when I see a publisher discount a game before it's released, I don't think that that's a sign of weakness. I think that's a sign of charity and trust more than anything else. And it's a practice that I support. I mean, I do not pre-order games. I pre-ordered Expedition 33 before it was released, specifically because I saw it was 15% off, and I want to support that practice. I want to see that more often. And I'm going to catch some real heat for this one. AAA live service games, I think that they should go on discounted early access years before they even release. I think that Baldur's Gate 3, while not a live service game, proved that you can put out a AAA release, give players a vertical slice of the game, a very small slice of the game, test within it, give them a discounted price for it, learn to make the game that players actually want to play, get valuable data, valuable feedback, as well as funding to continue the development of the game. And then once you've made the game they want, then you release all of it in one big drop and make a big splash. I think that can work out for a lot of these companies. I know some people are like, oh, these companies have as much money as they already need. Believe me, I know, but I don't think we're ever going to get around that, to be honest with you. You got to speak on their terms when it comes to some of this stuff. Beyond that, I want to see customer loyalty programs and digital returns. LD, what are you smoking? Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Stop Killing Games has made some serious momentum. I think it's actually going to make an impact in one way, shape, or form. And players need to feel like their money is worthwhile, that their investments are worthwhile. And the best way to do that is through loyalty programs and being able to trade in or get value for games that they don't play anymore. So when I look at it from a developer perspective, the easiest thing for these guys to do is put in a code showing that you played the last game that they had, individual by key, and get 15% off in the next game that they make. Easy. That makes me want to continue to support your games because I'm constantly getting value out of that. And I feel rewarded for doing so. And I feel appreciated for the money that I spend on your games. Beyond that, when it comes to a game that you're finished with and you don't want to play anymore, well, you have like some type of digital, buyback program. You recycle the key. The player gets a little bit of money. That's a win-win in my opinion. As it stands right now, when I look at this industry, the biggest issues that we have is that it's constantly leaning towards a one-side relationship where players are getting less and less and we're taking on more and more risk while the publishers are getting the lion's share of just about everything. And with how oversaturated this industry is right now and with how many options that we have today, these companies have to start giving us reasons to buy their games outside of it just being a good game, because I don't think that that's going to be enough. And also, I don't think players trust them enough for that to be enough. Anyway, let me know what you guys think. Are you guys still pre-ordering games? How do you guys feel about it? You guys think I'm crazy for saying all of this? I don't think so. At least I hope not. Oh God, I hope not. Anyway, are you guys excited for Battlefield 6? I am, but I'll wait for the game to come out. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share the video with your friends. We're almost at 400,000 subscribers. That's crazy. Thank you guys for that. Follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Peace.
Family, 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 family.
Hmm. 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 So with the How Do We Pre-Order Games by Legendary Drones was the previous video.
So I don't normally do follow-up videos so soon, but there are still things coming out about Pirate Software that I think are worth getting into. So think of this video as
Pirate Software Just Can't Stop by Lanza.
Post-credit scene to my last project that involves updates and some more info on stuff we've gone over already. First things first, it turns out that Jason was lying about Kronos being a lawyer, as it would turn out that the indie game dev he falsely DMCA'd Brandon would end up getting a real lawyer named Mario to contact Kronos by sending a ticket on the Pirate Software Discord server, in which Kronos immediately opens up saying he's not an attorney. It turns out that Kronos only had some experience working with law-related stuff before quitting his job to become Jason's full-time lead moderator, so that whole spiel about how Brandon is gonna lose in court and blah 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 was just an attempt at scaring him into submission, alongside Kronos' threat of using Brandon's docs to get the police on him as well. I don't know what's more embarrassing, me missing this easy detail or me believing Jason by his word that Kronos was a lawyer despite the dude constantly lying, but yeah, Kronos ain't shit here, he's just another guy who knows some law stuff. Thankfully, this ties into something that a lot of people are becoming more aware of now, and that's Jason's constant application of social engineering to get the outcome he wants in whatever way he can. Social engineering is basically using psychological influence of people to perform actions you want them to, or believe something you say in a certain way, or give you confidential information, as well as just generally trying to spin things in your favor in whatever way you can. As we've come to learn, Jason loves to apply social engineering to pretty much everything he ever talks about, including himself, be it lying about the NSFW furry roleplay leaks being fake or the aforementioned false DMCA situation, but I want to go through a recent example to show y'all just how obvious he makes his attempts at this to get what he wants. On the day I released my video about Jason, it turns out that when streaming earlier that morning, there was somebody who sent a donation saying that one of his ferrets died because they ran out of mana. It's a crude joke that understandably got him banned from the chat, and Jason would take things a step further and say he was reporting him directly to Twitch themselves to get his entire account banned. No, I'm gonna play out the entire clip itself and cut out only the fat as to not drag it out for too long, and I want you guys to see if you catch what Jason is trying to do here beyond just saying he's getting him reported to Twitch.
I'm gonna report that one myself. Yeah, that guy's a piece of shit. Shouldn't have done that on your main. Yeah, that one's reported to Twitch. Who got reported? Want to wait to see how long it takes Twitch to ban this person permanently. Yeah, I reported already, Jake. Garbage human being. Who got reported for what? We'll find out how long it takes for them to get banned permanently from Twitch. I'll let you know. It's just disgusting, hateful behavior, and it crosses a line. It crosses a line that I think is outrageous, to be honest with you. There's like very few things that I would say like cross a line, like go after me, be rude, I don't give a shit. What do they say? They said that Ghost died of oom. So they're trying to mix the World of Warcraft drama shit and say that one of the ferrets that died at our rescue, because she died of a very rare cancer, died of being out of mana, because they're a fucking awful human being. It's disgusting. It's like actually disgusting. So yeah, they shouldn't be on this platform. And Twitch, you should clean that shit up. Like, straight up. That is why we ban people in this chat. Actually disgusting human being. You're actually garbage.
Now, throughout that entire clip, Jason is saying things like how this person is such an awful human being and how he's directly reported him to Twitch itself to get his entire account banned, and very clearly is priming his viewer base to dislike the person for whatever he might have done. He then explains how they made the mana joke and how it was way too far, man, and bad and all that. And right at the very end, what directly shows the account name to his thousands of fans watching. I'm sure some of y'all caught on to this, but for those that didn't, the audience, knowing that Jason's goal is to get this guy's entire Twitch account banned as we kept hearing it ourselves, and Jason, knowing that the audience was now primed in his favor by stating how bad of a person the guy is for what he did, would show the screenshot of what he said not just because he thought the message was bad, but because it showed his full username and therefore part of his audience would start to mass support the account so he could get what he wants, in this case, get him banned. Jason did a similar thing with Cody Jesus in my last video as well. The entire clip is him just totally showing his audience the comment he made, but we all know his ulterior motive was to get people to bump up the likes on it to satiate his fragile ego. Just like how his ulterior motive here was to get people to mass report the user for the comment he made. I know he doesn't outright say go report the guy, but come on now, it's pretty easy to read between the lines on this one, and this is yet another example of that social engineering he prides himself on at full display here. I mean, dude, on his LinkedIn, when he was working as a red team specialist, it literally says that social engineering is what he did. So the fact he was able to get a job at Blizzard doing it shows that he ain't bad at it. It's just really obvious to point out when you know how he's like. Also, Jason tends to talk about how he grew up on old 4chan when it was super edgy and stuff, yet gets pissy when someone makes an edgy joke themselves he can't handle. I mean, the dude was literally a troll during his Second Life days, as you can see him admitting to it himself in some old leaked messages on screen. So for him to get all butthurt over an edgy joke is just funny to me at the end of the day here. On top of that, Jason is literally giving the troll the attention he wants by making a whole fuss about it, and what's so interesting to me is that he doesn't even seem to realize it despite being a former troll himself. Y'all may have noticed that Jason's recent streams have this number that keeps popping up in the corner at random odd intervals, and it turns out this is actually a bot that updates how many accounts have been banned during that stream. I'm not sure what the goal with the number counter is, but by gamifying it for the stream, he inadvertently gives the trolls a goal to reach, with that goal being how high they can get the number up to that day. By doing all this, he ironically enough attracts more negative attention his way, as it only gives the troll something else to aim for beyond just pissing him off. I said I'm not sure what his goal with the number counter is, but if I were to speculate a little bit, I think it's because to him, showing his audience how big that number counter gets on every stream can help build this narrative that he's being mass harassed by the entire internet so he can gain pity from those who still support him for some stupid reason. It fits the logic behind this victim complex that he's recently tried to paint himself in ever since the WoW incident and especially during the Stop Killing Games debacle, and it's the only thing that makes sense to me as he's shown his social engineering skills to be better than most people's. This is all just speculation just to point that out again, as while I think this is what he's doing, I highly doubt we'll ever figure out the exact true reason here, and even though I'm pretty sure he said why he's doing this in a stream or two already, I simply don't trust the dude's word anymore, especially after what I've seen going on here. That can also apply to Jason saying how Heartbound can run on a smart fridge, as if that really means anything here, but whatever, let's keep going. He would play a clip of a dude going to a local Lowe's and hooking it up to a fridge screen and dipping out before people caught him. And I'm gonna play that clip here, but I want y'all to see if anything weird is going on.
Yeah, runs.
Hey, what do you have in your hand there? A PNG of LD Shop. Oh, did they sponsor you? No, I just wanted to screw with you. What? Exactly what I just said. What do you mean what? You know I'm you and you're me, right? Yeah, what's your point? So you're screwing with yourself is what you're saying. If that's how you want to interpret it. But that's how we interpret it. Whatever you say. Are you even listening to... I give up. Just start the video. Generally speaking...
The Attackers Anomaly Problem Part 1, Early Game Stuns and Lesson 0 by Arikado Zodon.
Team building in Zenless Zone Zero falls under two categories as players approach late game and end game content: an attack agent with a stun agent in the team, or two anomaly agents in a team of two different elements. As of right now, in version 2.1 of ZZZ, I believe that the anomaly specialty agents and teams are in a much healthier game state than the attack stun agents and their respective teams. To help reinforce my claim, I want to make several videos going over several aspects of ZZZ's gameplay and systems to explore why I've come to this conclusion, starting with this one and continuing onward in future videos discussing the matter. Before I start part 1, I want to make it clear right now that I will be excluding Aftershock focused agents in this discussion: Soldier Zero Ambi, Pulchra, and Trigger. The way these characters play so drastically to what is traditionally expected from a standard attack-stun pairing, I believe is enough for them to not be burdened in the same regard to the issues I'm going to address in this series. Aftershock as a whole is still very much in its early stages of exploring ideas and designing characters around them. Also, I have a feeling not many of you pulled these characters anyway. To kick off this series of videos, let's talk about how ZZZ's early game does not properly condition players on how to correctly use stun agents. It's time to go way back to the start. Oh yeah, I deleted the older game resources. You know, I never played the reworked early game content. This is kind of neat. Okay, this is going nowhere. I can't even skip these either. Okay, Well, when in doubt, let's just use footage from Ruben925. Let's start with tutorials, the most important way players learn a game's mechanics. When the game first introduced daze accumulation, stuns, and chain attacks, players are told how to stun enemies and trigger chain attacks, as well as the benefits of increased damage multipliers and the enemy being unable to move or fight back. There are some other aspects to the stun tutorials, but the aforementioned DPS increase and hard crowd control is likely what most casual players will take away from learning about the stun mechanics. Continuing on, let's look at character kits that interact with or enable positive reinforcement of stun-focused gameplay. Looking at just the launch roster of characters in version 1, when we only had 3 stun agents in the game. Coletta's additional ability applies a stacking debuff that would greatly increase damage an enemy would take during a chain attack, and her core passive says that consumption of her Furnace Fire buff, which is gained from an EX special attack or a defensive assist, will greatly increase the daze of her next enhanced basic attack. Moving on to Lycon, his additional ability straight up adds an additional 35% to the stun damage multiplier, bringing it up from the expected 150% to a juicy 185%. Now, let's branch outward a bit to some other examples in the game's early character design. Nekomata at Mindscape 1 can ignore 16% of an enemy's physical resistance with back attacks, and stunned enemies count as a back attack with this Mindscape as well. This on its own might not seem like a massive deal until you look at her signature W engine, Steel Cushion, granting additional physical damage as well as another damage bonus when attacking an enemy from behind, which directly synergizes with her Mindscape 1. Branching out to some of the earlier limited time banner characters, we have Zhu Yuan and Xingyi, both of whom are designed around burst DPS team play, with Zhu Yuan dealing additional damage to stunned enemies. And Xingyi, well, I see a stacking stun damage multiplier in her core passive, and when your gameplay looks like this, you're probably not swapping off her until you get a stun off. The last thing I want to present is the inherent low difficulty nature of a majority of early and mid-game content in a gacha game. While timer-based content did exist in ZZZ inside content, it was an incredibly lenient timer with enemies that the player could easily overlevel if they decided to stop for a day or two to progress their characters, creating a situation where nothing in the game nudges players towards a specific way you're meant to approach ZZZ's combat and enemy encounters. With all of this in mind, the tutorials, the character kits, and the lack of difficulty, early game content in ZZZ does not create an environment where players would want to explore or better understand when and how to use their stun agents in combination with their attack agents. It presents all the upsides of why a player would want to stun an enemy with more damage, helpless enemies, and character kits that play around stun periods with no real pressure from the game in regards to how you play with your team. I should know, because that is literally how I played ZZZ for the first few versions of the game. With my go-to team of Ellen Joe, Lycon, and Sokaku, I would quickly set up Ellen with a full 6 stacks of Flash Freeze, and Sokaku up with a full 3 stacks of Vortex for the Fly the Flag buff. And then I would just use Lycon the whole time until the enemy was stunned, dump all my stacks, and repeat the process. It never occurred to me until somewhere around version 1.4 during a Shiyu defense run against a stage 7 Thracian boss that maybe I should play around with using Ellen on field outside of stun periods and see if that'll do anything for my damage output. Lo and behold, I was noticing shorter clear times when I was using Ellen outside of exclusively attacking stunned enemies. If you haven't noticed until now, the B-roll for this video includes footage of me fighting the Tepes boss on stage 6 of the current Shiyu defense rotation. There's 2 clears, one with me using Ellen on field with Lycon often, and another with me primarily using Lycon and only bringing Ellen out during stun periods. In both clears, I only get hit once, and the clear times come out to 1 minute and 56 seconds when swapping between characters, and 2 minutes and 9 seconds when I'm using Lycon a majority of the time. A difference of 13 seconds in clear times just from using my attack agent more proactively. And just to preface, I don't know the optimal attack rotations and combos for my team, and I don't use manual mode for chain attacks. I'm sure a more experienced player could get an even shorter clear time if they really put some elbow grease into it. Now, with all of this in mind, let's draw a comparison to Anomaly teams and their central mechanic, the Disorder system. As with stuns, disorders are an equally easy thing to understand. When players apply a second Anomaly attribute to an enemy with a short time window following the first attribute, it will cause a disorder which will deal massive damage and some daze accumulation. Disorder only clears the first Anomaly attribute used in the chain attack, but the most recently applied one remains, meaning players could indefinitely trigger disorders until the enemy is dead. Because of the inherent design of Disorder and how you are presented with this information, most players will likely already make the connection in their heads that they want to swap off of their first Anomaly character upon applying the first attribute, and start building up the second one. Rinse and repeat. This rhythm of how you play Anomaly to make the most out of it doesn't change at any point as a player is progressing through the game, up to and including clearing endgame content. To speak from personal experience again, as soon as Jane Doe released, and I wanted to start building an Anomaly team in version 1.1, I immediately understood the importance of the Disorder mechanic for my team's DPS and wasn't confused with how I should be rotating through my characters. To this day, none of the newer characters released in ZZZ do anything to muddy the waters of how an Anomaly team is played. At most, all that's happened is we've been given Anomaly characters whom simply automate the process with Bernice, or in the case of Vivian, offer something in between Bernice and a traditional Anomaly character in terms of active play. And then there's Miyabi. She does what she wants. To wrap this all up for part 1, Zenless Zone Zero's early game presentation of the benefits of attack stun teams without a clear guideline on how they should be played is what I believe to be a massive contributing factor to why newer or casual players may struggle to understand why their teams are underperforming. Stunning an enemy is not something only stun agents can do, they just so happen to excel at it when compared to the rest of the agent specialties. However, outside of the more nuanced playstyles of Zhu Yuan or even Hugo teams,
先掃你兩條街再同你講。那個叫做正義，那個戰無不勝，對錯戰石卻難敵。那個有權決定天地，全能做證，不管有什麼會。
Kaku, ready!
Morning air is like a soothing melody, truly unforgettable. Ah, what a perfect mix. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. This one's flavor goes on and on. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. This one's flavor goes on and on. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. The joy that this delicious composition brings is truly remarkable. I'll be waiting for your next visit.
When we're imagining people's political...
Okay, so my friend recommended me Jerk, to watch Jerk, and I'm going to watch some Jerk.
ideologies when it comes to foreign affairs. We're typically imagining things in terms of Dove versus Hawk. I think this is an outdated model. I think it's stupid. I never liked it. And I'm proposing here a much better model for foreign affairs with two axes. One is a means of how you are interfacing with other countries, and another in terms of how much you are interfacing with other countries. And this is going to explain a lot of splits on the left and the right now, as well as splits between liberals and leftists. So before we get into that, we do have to explain the difference between the Dove and the Hawk. So bear with me if you know this already, but I am sort of redefining the term Dove a little bit to better match this model. So I'm defining Dove as soft power. So soft power in any real regard. You can use soft power to put tariffs on people. You can use soft power to put economic sanctions on countries you don't like. And you can also use Dove power to open up trade deals with other people, or use like an international court to hold war criminals accountable. A typical Dove approach is bringing a dictator into the fold, right? And including him in the conversation and hoping that by including him in a democratic process, their country will slowly become more and more democratic over time, especially if you trade with them. This is a very, maybe a more of a globalist way of doing things, maybe more of on the high interventionist end of things. But the best example of a Dove policy is USAID. So USAID, basically the idea, and people obviously don't think this was happening on the right, but the idea was you go into other countries, you give them aid, and then when you give them aid, like you're in Africa and you're getting like a vaccination or something, you think, wow, I love America, right? Maybe I'll side with America over the damned commies, which was why USAID was invented in the first place by John F. Kennedy. He wanted these third world countries that we were helping to think of us when they got more developed, so they would join up with us instead of getting neo-colonized by the communists. People don't like USAID in the Trump administration. That's why it was one of the first things that were cut by Doge. A real thing that I just said there, Doge. On the other end of the spectrum, we have hard power, represented by the Hawk. The Hawk here is holding a bomb, perhaps to drop on the Browns, and he's saying, Tua. So you don't have to comment that. I wrote that just so you don't have to comment that. Every time I say the word Hawk, I know I'm saying the word Hawk, and you're getting the desire to comment Tua right now, but I put that in there, so hopefully that assuages you a little bit.
Okay.
Tua, cool on that thing. You like that? You like that? I'm really hip with the kids. I'm not really a happy person. You think I like doing this? Moving on. Hawk. Yeah, that's hard power. So some pros of Hawk is it's a job creator, so that's fun. The military-industrial complex has certainly created a lot of jobs, that's for sure. Now, maybe all that money concentrates into a small number of hands who profit off of death, but it does create jobs, okay? And it's good for GDP. So maybe think about that next time you open your stupid mouth about hawkish policies, okay? One small, teeny tiny con, all right, is it might cause the end of human civilization. It's possible that it causes World War III and we all nuke each other because we got involved with a bunch of like horrific, needless wars on behalf of the country that doesn't really benefit us anymore. That might be a problem. But it does create jobs. Another pro is it kills your enemies. So if you kill your enemies, you don't have enemies anymore, which is great. One small downside of killing your enemies is sometimes you kill your enemies and they have families, and then those families get radicalized and say death to America. But if you kill them too, presumably if you do that long enough, they all go away. I don't know. I haven't thought about it very long, but I think if we do that long enough, it'll stop. And a con is no respect for other ways of life, other ways of government. But just to say, this is more of like the more like interventionist side of the spectrum, which we'll get to later. But there's this idea in hawkish circles, specifically neoconservative circles, that democracy is this like universal good that needs to be spread to every country. And so, really, if they like elect a left-wing dictator and we coup them and we put in our own guy who's more democratic, or even who's not more democratic but likes America more and America is more democratic, then, we kind of did them a favor. And so why are they complaining? Like, why are they like whining all the time? Like, shut up.
Банни. Янаги. skip early this video.
Okay, so in a few hours from now, both Miyabi and User are saying goodbye to the banner rotation, and you're going to get both Alice and Yanagi in the second half of 2.1, which is going to be quite long. The second half of the version 2.1 is going to stay for 4 weeks, which is a lot of time for you to decide if you're going to pull one of these units, if you're just going to wait until the 2.2 special program and see what they have for us. For the A ranks, we have Sokaku and Seth, which honestly feels a little bit sad because, to be honest, Sokaku is not that good. The only reason why Sokaku still has a pretty huge value on the meta is because of Miyabi mono-eyes things, you know. And for Saf, the problem with Saf is just that he's a pretty good free-to-play option, okay, before someone jumps at me. Right now, Anomaly is pretty much focused on the Zorder stuffs, and because of this, we don't play like hyper carry Anomaly units that much anymore. Saf just buffs most of the time just a single unit, and because of this, some of his long animations, lack of damage here and there, it kind of makes Saf not a really good support unit for Anomaly right now. So yeah, I don't like these A rank agents, but it is what it is. Let's do some calculations, let's show some numbers and talk about both Alice, Yanagi, if you need their signatures, if you need these units in your account or anything like this. And yes, we'll be talking about Jane Alice because everyone's talking about this. Listen, we both know how important it is when it comes to saving. Trigger the double top bonus for you. $50. So stop wasting time and start saving money using Elder Shop. Thanks Elder Shop for sponsoring this video. Be careful, you know, with your eyes or something because yeah, it's going to be a flashbang. There we go. So we have some numbers here. I did some calculations. We'll be talking about Jane, Alice, Yanagi, and the value these units can provide for you. So starting with Alice a little bit, if you still didn't watch my Alice guide, I highly recommend give it a watch. I go over all of Alice kit. I try to use a really beginner-friendly approach. It is going to help you understand what Alice is going to be for you. But to give you a TLDR, Alice is like on-field Anomaly unit. She just wants to stay on the field as much as she can because she needs to generate resources and spend these resources on polarized assaults, which is like pretty much good thing for Alice. You know, more assaults, more damage, it's good. And then a lot of people are like talking about Alice with Jane together because Jane provides extra crit damage and things like this, you know. But the truth is that if your Jane is Mindscape 0, okay, this is Jane at Mindscape 0. Alice Jane is just a side grade to any other Alice and another Anomaly unit, pretty much. Okay, because you get extra value from the extra disorders you can trigger right here. The disorder on corruption, it could be Bernie's, even though Bernie's damage is like pretty much lower than Vivian. But the idea here is that you get a lot of good value from having a second attribute on your team. The thing about Jane is that yes, it's good. Why it's good? Why this even works? So here's the thing. Alice has access to a lot of assaults because not only you have the build up you deal on all of her kit, basic attacks and other stuff, you also can trigger another assault, which is the polarized assault, right? So pretty much you end up having, like, I would say not double the number of assaults here, but around 1.5 assaults that you usually get. And Jane is also pretty much a 1.5 assaults because she gives you 50% crit damage at Mindscape 0. But if you go for Mindscape 2, instead of being 1.5, you know, only 50% crit damage, it goes to 100% crit damage. So like when you pair those two together, you start to get a lot of value on your assaults. So this is why it ended up being like super good, not to mention all the other buffs. Jane Mindscape 2 provides you with defense shred and other stuff. Alice Mindscape 1 as well also provides you with damage on assaults, disorders, and a lot of stuff. So everything just stacks up on top of each other and you get a lot of value on this. Then if you go for Jane Mindscape 2, you can see here that the things start to get better. You see, because Jane Mindscape 2 is going to give you the extra assaults, the extra defense shred and other stuff, you can see here that the value starts to increase quite a lot. Because all of Alice's assaults, including the polarized assaults, is going to benefit from Jane Mindscape 2. You can see here that it starts to kind of beat Vivian Mindscape 2. This is Vivian and Mindscape 2. You can see here the damage increase as well, but at the end, kind of starts beating Vivian Mindscape 2. So it is quite interesting. The more you end up stacking stuff, it can go like even higher if you go for Alice Mindscape 2, for example. Take a look on this here. So yeah, things start to scale really high the more you end up getting extra salts. Mindscape 2 is going to give you extra salts. Mindscape 1 is going to give you defense strat on Alice. So I feel that Alice Jane is an amazing thing if you are like a Dolphin player, you know? If you have the pools to spend for every single one of these units, then yeah, it's going to be pretty good. But if you're just going for baselines, Alice Mindscape 0, Jane Mindscape 0, Yuzuha Mindscape 0, it is just going to be a side grade to many other things, options. So honestly, I would recommend pulling Alice just to play with Jane if you're not willing to spend the extra pulls on Alice and Jane. If you're just going for baselines, Alice and Jane feels like a little bit of a waste. It could be better for you to just play with someone else. And for those looking to understand if Alice is better than Jane, yes, it is slightly better, but we're talking about doing some better rotations right here. Okay, this is assuming that you're doing like better rotations. Usually for me on my tasks, if I'm playing like really lazy gameplay, I don't care for optimizing my rotation and a lot of assault stuff, messing up everything. I feel that both Jane and Alice are on the same level. If I do some proper rotations, play a little bit better, then Alice is going to kind of get better numbers than Jane. Especially if you have like another unit or another anomaly unit on your team, you end up getting a lot of value from Alice, especially Vivian, because you trigger a lot of the Zoras. Both the Zoras from Assault on top of Assault, then you have Assault on top of Corruption, and Corruption on top of Assault as well. If you're going for the classic Jane, Vivian, Yuzuha team, the only kind of the Zoras you're going to trigger is Jane Assault on top of Vivian Corruption, and then Corruption on top of Jane's Assault. This is all you're going to get. Meanwhile, here you have access to way more disorders, better value on Alice disorders as well because of her core skill and a lot of these stuff. Yes, Alice is better than Jane, that's for sure, but you kind of also need to play a little bit better than Jane. If you for some reason, okay, I'm going for Alice Jane, but I hate playing Alice, then it's probably better for you to not pull Alice. Because on Alice Jane teams, Alice is the one that is going to stay on the field. Jane is just going to pop up sometimes so you can reapply her buff and get the crit assaults. Jane is just going to appear sometimes to use one unit special and get a second fast assault. The ultimate on stun windows to reset the anomaly cooldown and then get to another assault as well, and things like this. This is what Jane is going to do. Just pop up sometimes. Most of the time you need Alice to be on the field because you want to generate resources on her, trigger polarized assaults, and polarized assaults are going to benefit from Jane, Mindscapes, and crit assaults and other stuffs. Okay, so basically speaking, yes, Alice is going to be like the on-field unit, and for this specific thing, Jane is just working as a really weird support unit for Alice. It definitely works, that's for sure. It definitely works. But if you don't like Alice gameplay, don't put Alice for Jane. Like, really, because Alice is the one that is going to stay on the field. If you like Alice game field unit, and for this and then get to another assault as well, and things like this is what Jane is going to do. Just pop up sometimes. Most of the time you need Alice to be on the field because you want to generate resources on her, trigger polarized assaults, and polarized assaults are going to benefit from Jane, Mindscapes, and crit assaults and other stuffs. Okay, so basically speaking, yes, Alice is going to be like the on-field unit, and for this specific thing, Jane is just working as a really weird support unit for Alice. It definitely works, that's for sure. It definitely works. But if you don't like Alice gameplay, don't put Alice for Jane. Like, really, because Alice is the one that is going to stay on the field. If you like Alice gameplay, but you don't plan going for Mindscapes, well, pull Alice to play with Vivian, not with Jane. Pull Alice to play with Bernice, maybe even Yanagi. It just depends on whatever you like, whatever you have fun with. Because at the end, it's a game, you should have fun. So don't pull units just because of the power level if they are not fun. You know, Miyabi is an amazing unit, but I know a lot of people that don't have fun playing Miyabi, so is it really worth pulling a unit that is going to make the gameplay look boring for you? I don't think it is. So just pull things that you like to play, that you like to look at the field or anything. So yeah, if Alice is the kind of unit you enjoy because maybe you don't like Jane, maybe you just start in 2.0, you don't have Jane in your account, you don't like playing Piper, for example, then yeah, Alice is definitely going to be a good unit if you like the idea of playing around Anomaly, Assault, and you like Alice gameplay as well. About Alice signature, because I know that some of you asked me on my Alice guide that I said that Alice signature is the best option on every single physical anomaly right now. Yes, this includes even Jane's signature, by the way, but we're talking about really small stuff here. So if you take a look here on the Jane calculation, you're going to notice that if Jane goes for Alice signature, it's going to be just a minimal DPS increase. It's so minimal. And you need to keep in mind that Alice signature is not going to provide you anomaly proficiency. You need a lot of good rolls for you to get the 100% crit rate on your Jane, because Alice signature is just anomaly mastery, extra damage, and attack on the provide you anomaly proficiency. You need a lot of. You need to keep in. Look here on the Jane calculations, you're going to notice that if Jane goes for Alice signature, it's going to be just a minimal DPS increase. It's so minimal. And you need to keep in mind that Alice signature is not going to provide you anomaly proficiency. You need a lot of good rolls for you to get the 100% crit rate on your Jane, because Alice signature is just anomaly mastery, extra damage, and attack on the substat. So you don't have anomaly proficiency here. It just gives anomaly proficiency to Alice because of her additional ability. You see? So for Jane, it could be really hard for you to keep up with this, you know, extra anomaly proficiency that you need to go. But for Piper, take a look on this one. For Piper, this is quite interesting, because if you take a look comparing with her signature, okay, look at this. Look at this. We're talking about 10% extra damage, pretty much 10% extra damage with Alice signature. But do you need this? Is it worth it going for Alice signature for your Piper? Not really, honestly. I don't think it is. But just to explain why it's so good in Piper is because Piper gets energy regeneration on her core A, C, and E instead of Anomaly Mastery. So this means that this disc right here, this 6 Anomaly Mastery on Piper, is not providing a lot of value for you. You see, because Piper Anomaly Mastery is below the average. If we compare with Jane, Alice, or any other anomaly character, their anomaly mastery is higher, which means this thing right here is going to give you better anomaly mastery. But since Piper anomaly mastery is below the average, if you have a flat anomaly mastery buff, it's kind of better for you. So yeah, this is why it just works on every single physical anomaly unit. The extra anomaly mastery is really good. Okay, do you need it? Should you pull it just for Piper? I don't think it's worth it. Okay, pull the signature if you plan to pull Alice. And honestly, you don't even need to pull just for Alice that much. I explained this on my Alice guide, but if you have good units to give you synergy with your Alice, then you're good to go. You can play, for example, Alice, Vivian, and Yuzuha without Alice signature, as long as you have like Vivian and as long as you have Yuzuha with her signature engine maybe as well. So yeah, as long as you have good units to help you deal damage, you're good. But if you're playing, let's say, Alice Trigger and Yuzuha, then yes, you need Alice signature. Don't do this thing if you're not willing to pull Alice signature, for example. Okay, because if you're playing Alice as a hyper carry, she's going to be the only unit dealing damage. So if she's the only unit dealing damage, the difference is quite massive. I do have the numbers here, right? Okay, so right here, look at this. Look at how huge the difference is. We're talking about almost 30% increased damage compared to Weeping Gemini Phase 5. But if we go for team calculations, you're going to notice here that it kind of drops down to 15% only, and that's because Vivian helps a lot dealing damage. If you want to get like more information about all these weapons, why I like some of these, why I don't like some of these, then I highly recommend checking my Alice guide once again. I'm going to be linking in the top right corner if you didn't watch it yet. Okay, so this is all about Alice. We need to talk about Yanagi right now, because Yanagi's finally get a rerun. And she's pretty good, honestly. Okay, not gonna lie. For me personally, I feel that if you don't have Alice and Yanagi, and you can only pull a single unit, I would say that Yanagi is a pretty good unit for you to pull for your account. Because she has a lot of flexibility, she has a lot of good synergies. She's also some kind of on-field unit as well, but you can definitely play her in a more sub-DPS style, just a Disorder machine for other units. The main example here being Miyabi, for example. On Miyabi release, a lot of players use Yanagi as a Disorder machine just to generate stacks for Miyabi. It's just that you have a lot of different ways to play Yanagi, and this flexibility is something that I personally enjoy quite a lot. You can play Yanagi as a sub-DPS. As I said, Alice, Yanagi, Yuzuha, for example, it works. You could go for Yanagi as main DPS unit on mono shock team compositions. You can play Yanagi, Saf, that is available right here.
Okay, pause. I need to do some stuff.
I ended up somehow landing on the doorframe of the room when the announcer insults me.
If you are simple-minded, bold, or irradiated in such a way that the picture should not start with you,
Aww.
try and send back someone better qualified to test.
Oh, hey, I'm the future here. I'm the future. Yeah, that's what you get. Notice how I could break the camera off the wall? That'll be very important later. Take that, you stupid robot! I killed him. I won the game. Through a few hallways, I am reunited with Wheelie.
Next time I look at you, it's pretty heavy.
Okay.
They told me
Yeah.
never, ever to disengage myself from my management rail, or I would die. So get ready to catch me.
What?
All right. On
No.
the chance
No.
that I'm not dead the moment I pop off this thing. On 3.
Oh,
Ready?
no. No.
2.
Oh, no.
3. That's high. It's too high. Really that. All right. Going on 3 just gives you too much time. Think about
You.
it. Let's go on 1 this time. Okay. Ready?
Ready?
One. Catch me.
You suck, you know that? He tells me to plug into this one thing and that he can't do the thing if I'm watching. I tried staring at him a while just to see if something would happen, but eventually I gave in and turned around. He opened a side panel and off we go into the secret passages, which look a little different than the ones in the movie, but I was a lot more focused on the endless void below us and the fact that I can throw cubes, so does that apply to Wheelie? Oh, I can't drop him off! It's going to toss him. Oh, I can't let him go at all. We talked at this turret briefly, and I guess I do need my little buddy here because he's going to help me get out of this facility. Just we're gonna have to. Okay. So hopefully she's not awake, right? We go on, and I find the robot from the last game dead on the ground. Looks like she really is gone. Wheelie retells the story as if it's some big shock that a human took down the robots, and overall seems a little confused on a few of the details of the final climactic battle. So I guess I don't have to worry about fighting the robot, and yet Wheelie did suggest I might have to fight some robot and refer to it as a her. We come to this rather deep hole that Wheelie tells me to jump down. There's some fun dialogue before jumping. He really made me a lot more nervous about jumping down the hole, but I survived the fall just fine.
Sorry, I just looked down. I do not recommend it. I just done it again.
Now we're fine. We're fine. We walk into the main breaker room and Wheelie tells me to look for the switch to find the one that says escape pod, which makes me much more convinced we're in space. As a Star Wars fan, escape pods will always refer to space in my mind. I end up plugging Wheelie in, which would appear to have been the single worst mistake ever.
Okay, no, don't worry. I've got it. This shit's slowing down.
That flipped all the switches.
Faster.
You're flipping all the switches.
Shit.
Oh no!
Stop panicking.
No!
Stop.
No! Wheelie!
There's a pass.
Wheelie! Oh no! Wheelie! Unplug! Oh no! Wheelie!
I don't. Okay.
Wheelie! Hi! Yeah, I'm saying you could help. Let's go! I am officially peaked. I will never do better than that. GLaDOS is also really going after me, calling me smelly garbage twice for good measure. And also saying people with guilty consciences are startled by loud sounds and then blaring a horn. I will never do better than that. GLaDOS is also the single most gamer I've ever made in my life. Oh, shit. Let's go. That felt so good. Let's go. I am officially peaked. I will never do better than that. GLaDOS is also really going after me, calling me smelly garbage twice for good measure. And also saying people with guilty consciences are startled by loud sounds and then blaring a horn. It's a companion cube. It's a companion cube. It's got the heart. That means something. Hiya! Oh, there's another one. Oh, oof. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Wait a minute. I knew it! Or... Oh. Oh, really? Really? Okay, there's a lot to unpack here. First, Wheatley is still alive, so that's good to know. Hopefully, we will be able to deal with GLaDOS here, but also there's one line that GLaDOS mentioned, that she has warehouses full of companion cubes. In the last game, I had a strange feeling that there were human remains in these cubes, and in one of the panels at the start of the game, there were a bunch of people dying or choking or what have you, and around one of these companion cubes. Plus, GLaDOS just treats them like they somehow belong.
Welcome. How can I help you?
10,000 subjects, so these cubes are human remains, and people are missing, and there are warehouses of cubes. It's all the puzzle. GLaDOS says the emancipation grill is broken from this room, and that I shouldn't take it. Save the cube last time. Sure. It's fine. It's fine. Second layer of jumping through portals wasn't working. Turns out, the button pressed by the cube extends a platform to land on, so if I'm carrying it, how do I get it up there? Way around this whole predicament, and that's not really done. I got it! So it's my little boy.
This realm.
They're sentient!
If you ever have it.
I tried so hard! I tried so hard! Wait. So, they're made of human remains and they're sentient. That mean a 5% of these cubes? Are they robots like GLaDOS? Wait, sentience usually changes things. That's it.
Huh? Ooh.
I genuinely got stuck for a second before realizing there's a hole in the wall, so the puzzle stumped me for a little while longer than it really should have. So we come to chapter 3, and the building looks like it needs some serious counseling, and I run into my little robot friend again. Oh, look at that. What? Oh, you.
Do you hear that? There's a voice whispering on the wind. It says, some guy just took a stone to the head.
Tubes. Also, how deep does this go? Because I'm always going down. How far does this go? GLaDOS teases me again, saying she went to the surface and saw a deer, and she might let me ride an elevator to the break room. So she can tell me the story of when she saw a deer. Oh, no, I want to see the deer. Ominously, GLaDOS did go to the surface and revealed she did not see a deer, but that there were humans. So, civilization has fallen, but there are people, enough of them to be near the Aperture facility. What is the lower point.
Witness my magnet.
Needs to know, and they want to know all the more because GLaDOS takes every opportunity to mock me for not being able to reach the surface. It would? Oh man. But it's so pretty. I'm gonna. Hey, see, I'm fine. I'm fine. These light bridges are awesome. I love every color. So there to my parts though, for whatever reason, I was so focused on the fact that these were bridges that I often forgot the whole thing.
Oops.
Oh wait. GLaDOS notes at the end of this puzzle that I am the
show begins.
Puzzle of my brain, and that it's been researching sharks recently. What? Yeah, that's wrong. No. Pointlessly cruel. Give me some sharks.
I present.
I want sharks. I was literally keeping an eye out for sharks to appear in this game, and so help me if they don't, I'm going to be very disappointed. GLaDOS ends up leaving to fix a door after saying she's going to laminate my skeleton. And this is when Wheatley once again makes a return. Hey, wait. Oh, Wheatley! Okay. Scanner brain. I'm sure your plans to Steve Bergman actually found it.
The show begins.
Check it out in a moment. Oh, just. Should leave it now because I really wish I had explored what might be up there. I learned in the elevator to the first level with turrets that these things are just packed with bullets and get straight into the massacring. It feels like they're secretly not evil, but hey, it's either me or them. GLaDOS tells me yesterday was my birthday, very nice of her to tell me that. I'm glad she cares so much. She even says that she'll give me a belated birthday present that's more of a procedure, which is more of an experiment, but yay, present! I'll take it. I'll use any presents that I can get, right? A whole bunch of turns and I was able to get to an active one and check it out. Earlier, suggested just an active one, so I'm wondering if I can go inside and see all these bullets, but instead I got rather typical material-looking interior. And LA was hoping for something more funny, but I do love the attention to detail for the interior of a drone that very few people will ever see in all likelihood. Its disappointment distracted me for a minute when I saw the It's this part where GLaDOS mentioned that apparently there are test subjects in cryogenic storage, and his name. Something's up there. It says. Strange how we had this was where I was supposed to go. Turn for it is that summons to heaven or to hell. This is creepy.
Let's stir things up. Manifest.
It's gotta be through a portal. There's no way. So this isn't intended, right? This isn't how you do it, right? This isn't how you're supposed to do it, right? It's not how you're supposed to do it, right? Please tell me. Please tell me. That's how you're supposed to do it, right? I must do that.
Surprise baptism! Annihilate!
Why just start? GLaDOS. Swimming King is there. Okay. Hey! Party! Feel better. Chapter 4. I'm not sure I believe GLaDOS, what she says back there. It's abandoned. It's not like it's her. Hostage in cryogenic storage.
Take your true form! Extinguish!
Time, because the next one's jumping for a second, just like all puzzle escape solution is always easier than I make it out to be. The second is the biochambers GLaDOS says fully restored, but looks really nice. That's giving me some original vibes. I will say though, this puzzle is a little more complex than the others where the mechanics are concerned. Maybe it's just me, but this one felt a little different. Several lasers at different angles through a single hole. This when GLaDOS said something that got my purest mind rolling. Surprise like last time. Surprise. Wait, real? Real? You mean real confetti? What's the last confetti made of? What was that? My theory. My cave. Confetti is going to be made out of light. She seems really fixated on that. Jan hates me, and the fact that she says this next surprise will have consequences. It's fun. It's that good. Especially since I saw it's just confetti. It's the stuff she used. Wait, what if the earlier confetti was made of? It's gonna get real dark really quick. Way to go, Relay. I failed that very quickly. From GLaDOS, who says, ironically, almost at the last test. That's a final test, but I certainly don't trust her, so follow me in. That series of events on safety. So I was pretty close to where they were being launched, so I snagged one out of the air. Now I got a replacement buddy, but they're a bit less interesting. So I decided to take one with me because maybe it'll be useful or something. And, well, it turned out more useful than I would have thought. There's a template turret that I can replace with a defective one, so now only turrets that are defective will survive, while good ones get tossed. That's going to have to help. Yeah, that was smart. As we continue on, there's these science exhibits from a father-daughter day or what have you, and I checked out a bunch of the displays. There's a bunch of potato batteries, a single baking soda volcano. There was this one that looked a bit more fancy. Couldn't really tell what was going on with it, but it's definitely a bit more interesting than the others. Wonder if there's something significant about it. This brings me to the neurotoxin chamber, where Wheatley says he'll work on hacking the system, but I'm not sure he's going to be much help. It'll take a while then. After listening to him, did some exploring and figured out I could portal turrets onto these platforms and destroy the whole system on my own. This brings us through a suction tube to confront GLaDOS. Without neurotoxin or turrets, it would be much easier, but Wheatley ends up going down the wrong tube, leaving me all alone. What am I looking at? How big is this place? Holy cow! But this brings me right to the door I need. GLaDOS emergency shutdown. And cake dispensary? Oh, come on! This brings me to the GLaDOS congregation, where her turrets and her neurotoxin fail her. Wheatley appears to be the announcer earlier since the
What?
What? Hang on. So, I think. Is it a true story? No, okay, it's bullshit. I know, like, those, like, realms are, like, different, but how the f is there a sea of concrete? Wait, the bears. Wait, so is she both? Hang on, I don't know. Now I don't know. She wasn't? She's not? It's real. Okay, well, so wait a minute. Hang on. How the is there a sea of cement? Where did that come from? All those are nonsense. They bend reality. I think, Chad, that's a deserving of a B. That it kind of the ending kind of made up for it a little bit. There's gonna be a C, but the ending was pretty good. I liked that ending of, like, you know, biggest baddest dude in the whole place comes and reports to her, and they just shit their pants. That's pretty fire. Because it's a silly little game. It is a silly little game. It's a silly little game. Alright. Next. Ellen character trailer. Oh, Ellen, please. Uh-oh. I think is this where things start to get a little degenerate?
Ad Ast.
Wasn't the maid after the what's it called? What's it called? The engineer. Wait, did they just skip them? Oh, she is. I thought it was what's the guy? The dude. The guy who I thought was an inspector. What's his name again? I thought Lycon was before. He's our boss. Yeah, didn't Lycon's trailer come first? Lycon doesn't have a teaser? What? I was actually looking forward to that. I thought that was going to be fire. Yeah.
What's record for the release that last Christmas? I can go watch it and find them.
Yeah, 'cause she's the shark. I think the shark was way later. There's a rule.
popular. Everybody wants to join their club.
Popular, it's always. Oh yeah.
Yep.
So there's a new restaurant.
It's the most cliche anime thing I've ever seen. Sitting back right corner, next to the window, with the lockers behind. Yeah, you think it's actually like that? It's like if you're okay. Is it actually like that in Japan? Like it is? Yeah, but don't you go from classroom to classroom? No, you really don't. They actually stay in the classroom. It's just for shoes? I thought that was the lockers at the door.
Here's your heavenly blue heart level versus dream. Protection targets identified. Good afternoon, Master. Here's your order. You like a touch of magic?
Oh, Maid Cafe.
No thanks. I'm just waiting.
Have a great day, Master. Bringing you lots of love.
Okay, really off topic. You guys ever tried to make one of these? But to make it like you know that's hard. Look over there. Wait. That was alright. That was okay. The music goes hard at the end though. The guitar riff? Yeah, your guitar riff is pretty sick. That was alright. That was okay. The music gave you review times. I can see that. I'm being a little bit harsher on these. Because they're gonna be insane. Right? It didn't really tell me fun. Of course, just like maybe I'm just animated out for like the high school stuff. Just kinda. Next up. Race. Let's roll. Jesus.
Based on Force's prototype, massive construction carriers that are lighter, easier to mount and contain. It's a slight deviation from my original major, but my goal is to create a child that's smart, adorable, kind, and strong. Above is the development log for the new in-hollow special-purpose industrial machinery by Grace-powered Engine 1. Just put it over there. Good girl. Let's keep board together. Great. Basic framework verification complete. Data simulation successful. I really am a genius.
Wait, what are these things that they're building? What do they do?
Main power unit on.
Like, what is this?
Whoops. That was the circuit breaker.
We'll see.
In-hollow special-purpose industrial machinery law. Entry 85. The power unit station has been fixed. The command test. Shut down. Shut down.
Yeah, first off, she did. Second off, right? That was my first thought. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to talk over the video. But like, thought of getting under something like this is being held up by chains. Or hell, okay, let's make it more real. Even just a jack, like an IRL jack, dude, that shit's fucking terrifying. You know, like, I'm good.
Is everything okay, Sid? How'd you get hurt?
Wait, this giant thing fell on her and she scraped her face? That's it?
Oh, yeah. That hamburger today was really good. Nobody asked about lunch. Chicken. Gentle. This is great power. In-house special purpose industrial machinery Devon entry 163.
Stay in.
Special purpose industrial machinery development.
Soldier 11. Okay, was Soldier 11 the one that I didn't really like that much? I thought it was kind of boring during the teasers. Maybe the teasers are better. It's like they're running away from the target. Oh. Is that an ice cream sandwich? Is that an ice cream sandwich? Yo, fire. Now I want an ice cream sandwich. Brother, it's right. You know how hard an ice cream sandwich is? Tell me that don't look like an ice cream sandwich. Yeah. That's an ice cream sandwich. Lighting up this truck. Yo, why does that guy kind of look like Ramatra? Sorry.
Give us the goods, little missy, and we'll let you walk out of here alive. Then you can tell your bosses at the Defense Force to mind their own business.
Wait, that Ambi's in her head? This one's already way better than her demo.
Mission accomplished.
That's pretty good. Good kill.
You're pretty good.
They're pot crackers? I've never heard that my whole life. That's pretty good. I don't think it was as good as the previous one, but it was pretty good. I think I'm gonna probably put that at like a top. Do you like spicy things a lot? I mean, I like spicy things. Spicy things are kind of base. Alright, that was pretty good though. Alright, next. Sushi one. Or sushi. Yep, I'm the big one. Yep.
But there's a speed limit, and we haven't given prior notice.
He knows that's happening. Just snapped his arm. Just a reflex, snaps his arm.
On my way. Sorry, let me borrow this.
Oh, smart.
Received backup of 14th Street.
I need a riot shield for a guy with a knife.
Guard, or else the kid gets it. Sure, well prepared.
Negotiating kicks in head. Okay. Chat, I still haven't figured out what the these things mean to the story. They're robot helpers.
Metropolitan Order Department, Criminal
pretty good. That one was pretty good. I like that one a lot. Did I like that one better than the previous one? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I don't know if I liked it as much. You know what? I think it's fine. Go here for now. It's like a very low A, though. It's a very, 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 very low A. Okay, next. Uh-oh. Wait. I've seen this one. Oh, God. I did a Hot Topics day where chat linked me stuff, and someone linked me this, and I was like, what the actual shit is this? Oh, fuck. I forgot about this.
Here you go. Sit tight and no funny business.
Oh, no.
Good work, you two. I'll just... Are you questioning
She's a shifty one.
What's with the breathing? Why is it so heavy?
You're quite the little officer. I've never seen you before.
My name's
You know
Talia.
why.
I'm a new member of the force. Captain
Yeah,
G.U.N.S.
I know what's coming, that's why.
Thank you for providing crucial intel to us during this operation.
Did you bring all my things?
Yes! Makeup remover, casual clothes, new phone card, and fresh IDs are all here. Allow me to help you. Ma'am, why'd you take them off already?
Keep it down. There could still be people around. Just get in.
Fucking shit. Best teaser, to be fair.
Has the raid already been completed?
Oh, it's in progress as we speak. Thanks to your brave determination, we were able to...
Christ. What is this?
I don't want to step out in disguise.
Jesus Christ.
Besides, I'm honest, brave, cute little public security officer.
Jesus Christ.
Dare peek, won't you?
How does it go from the last 7 or 8 of them, and they're all tame as shit? They're all fine. There's like a little bit in there. They just crank it to like 20. What is this?
As you mentioned, that you were traveling in on your own and still was standing them from the inside. What are you doing?
I'm turning off all the cameras in the car, just to be safe. After all, only a select few in public security know my true identity.
Oh, gosh, you touched me.
Did it? Just turning on the bottom.
I guess it's the right path. I don't know. Brother, can you stop?
What were you saying?
Why is the breathing so heavy?
I was just going to say, I really admire your work.
Evening news. An illegal ether trading case was uncovered in the city this afternoon. 8 gang members and their female leader have been arrested. The key to cracking the case was Public Security's Evidence Department discovering a...
Because I can't reveal your identity.
8 people.
What?
Including me, there should be 9. Huh. Stop the car.
No. Wait, you're not going alone, are you?
One got away. I'll help clean things up.
I can go with you. Huh?
Got something to clean up too, don't you?
Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, you make a point. I guess they did. I guess they did make a good decision. Cause like I think this one went, mega viral. What was the previous one? Oh, actually, that one doesn't even. 1-4 actually get more than this one. That's kind of crazy. Maybe because they're older. Oh no. Yeah, this is the one that people linked me to at least to see first. So I've seen this one already. It's just like, what the actual is this? You guys are all spamming S. Stop spamming S! Don't kid yourself, dude. Okay, going from all of the previous ones to then cranking it up to 12 that they did with that one is just crazy. Why are you all stop spamming S? Stop spamming S. Stop spamming S. Lying with a straight face. I'm trying to be objective, okay? Alright? I'm trying to save the S for the top tier, okay? I'm trying to save S for top tier, and we haven't totally finished all of them yet. They can still be going up from here. Being objective is boring. Oh. Why did I agree to do this again? I knew how it was gonna go. Oh no, you didn't. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. I mean, I didn't make sure to speed run the P break. I didn't make sure to speed run the P break because I didn't want to give you guys a chance to start spamming some shit. All right, I mean, that's probably the fastest P break I've ever taken. I did a little hop, skip, and a fucking jump to get there. All right. Jesus Christ. All right, let's just move on. Caesar's character trailer. Wait, is this the Bernice one? No? Well, I remember Bernice was like in the desert.
Man, what a useless piece of junk. What's up with the useless piece of junk? Caesar! Do you know what this little box thingy is?
Oh?
Big Daddy?
Music one?
Why do we have nothing here besides rocks? All we got is bamboo that don't move. Adults, the outer ring friendship check.
Talk to them.
You're bored. Is that a piano? No, wait. A piano? That Uncle Junk's not worth anything. Even though it's made of wood.
That piano card. Why are so many of you guys saying Big Daddy? You're starting to scare me a little bit. Not gonna lie, you're starting to scare me a little. I don't know if I want to keep going. Well, if you're on the TikTok side, you can join us on the Twitch side or the YouTube side. Actually, it's the middle screen.
Look, come from the city.
Must have been scammed out of all her daddy.
A little bit. You should have stayed at home.
Hey, city girl. Not a ring's not what you expected, huh? It isn't easy being out here. Want me to take you back? This piano thing, is it hard? What do you think? Can you help, John?
Someone better.
This place definitely isn't what I expected. But any place that still has it must be richer than it appears.
There's a flashback.
This useless piece of junk was wrestled back from the brink of disaster by
lie to you, it took me probably a little too long to figure out what character was which. I think we have to make some tough choices here in a minute. It's probably like a low B. I don't know, but I don't want to. You guys are saying C. I don't think I want to. I don't want to keep her down to B yet. I think there's going to be some reshuffling within the next like 2 or 3, but this is still fine for now. I think it's still fine. Okay, next.
Oh, yeah, 90.
I already like the vibe.
Tasty food! So Packer wants to share with everyone! Do you like it? It's a little hard. Make sure you chew it so you don't choke. No, chew it. And down. Leave on.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for a half a second. Look, I haven't played the game yet. When the f did we get to a war? Pass? Okay.
If my intel is correct, the one responsible for starting this war is no longer alive. There's no reason for us to keep fighting. That's right. Mother is dead.
I mean, this is really good. I just feel like, yeah.
But after everything, okay, to each other. It's to create an opportunity for ourselves. And I trust you. I trust in my life.
Yeah, art styles have done phenomenal.
Yes, I trust.
Isn't she like the assistant at the police station or something? What? More like like FBI or Special Forces? Wait, that's when did it get so crazy? Dude, I thought it was like, dude, I was at the beginning. It was like street level, like, you know, like fights, high school drama, and then it became like, okay, a little bit of like the hollow underground, whatever, right? Then like a couple protection missions, and now there's a war, and they're sharing blood, and what the? That was really good though. I'm not gonna lie, I gotta put that up here. That was, I'm sorry, that was my favorite one. That was my favorite one so far. Yeah, it's reshuffling time. I need to, it's that one. But that was actually sick. That one was good. I know you guys all memed, like, this is S. You know what, I'm fine with it being an S, but like, that was probably my favorite one, and it's 9+. That was fire. And now I actually feel bad for my previous ranking on the other one, because I think I put her like kind of like middle. I think I put her in like a B somewhere, A maybe. It was like kind of boring. But now I understand why she's kind of boring. She's seen some shit. That's fire. Yeah, character teaser. It's 6 minutes long, dude. These are like actual stories now. This is crazy. Let's go. Oh, shit. Expect. Oh. Is that a fucking tentacle monster? Oh, hell no. What is going on here? What are we doing?
Radius expansion has doubled our estimations.
so much when I did the stand. I see the vision.
Shouldn't you be receiving the Void Hunter medal right now?
I skipped the ceremony. They can just mail it.
Mail me the medal.
Isn't just a blade. And not all of New Eridu's issues can be solved with a blade. I trust the two of you. With your abilities, shall expose the root, and I shall be the blade that severs the corruption.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I have another. I didn't think it was gonna happen this quickly. We have a new favorite. That is a new winner. That is the new #1 for sure. I think that might get its own category. I'm kind of leaning towards it, but I'm trying to resist making a new category at least till the end. All right. Trying to resist it till the very end, if possible, if I can. Okay, that was good though. Holy shit! Not a whole lot to say. The quality has gone up significantly though. It's actually skyrocketed. Good lord. Holy. Okay, next.
Dastra, I hear you worked really hard for this charity concert and then we have the Hollow disaster. Everyone you can pay is
The Hollow disaster, the one we just saw, or is it the previous one?
I hope my singing can bring those who need it.
No, you simply released a new album.
I'm not here for publicity today. I'm just here to honor Well, after hearing it just once, I'm very natural. Scared. I suffer with sickness. Took me each of the Hey. Rescue Command, we've located the missing girl from the list. Astra Yao. No signs of ether corruption detected. We're currently below entrance #9, requesting an additional rescue harness. The rest of my team is still searching for other missing persons. You remember the song Jeff taught you? Yeah. We can sing together. Now it's your turn to sing.
Fucking chills.
Rescue team to command. We've reached the entrance. Ready to deploy the escape route. This is the captain! Abort from deployment! Attract the Reaper at full speed!
Let's have a job check.
Why are they so good at this? I don't get it. I don't. Chat, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta do it. These three deserve to be on the top. This one is just shock factor. It's still really fucking good, but it's shock factor more than anything else. These three are fucking amazing. Maybe whenever I make a peak at the end, maybe it could make itself go back up. But I'm sorry. That is. Jeez. That would hit like a truck. I gotta pee again. I drank a lot of water today. That would make me sad. That would make me sad. I don't know about. I thought it was just a silly little game. That would be a silly little game. You know, honestly, I think the demos tier list was more fun and flashy. This one just fucking kicks, like, in both directions, like crazy. Okay, Soldier Zero, let's go.
Zero, standing by. Ready to begin. Not even shy now. Target training module. The final test.
Did she just pull a free rent? That's Andy, right? So we know she's fine. But how does that? How's that? They're all. That's why Andy has a collar.
I have a feeling there's a hidden treasure around here. What? Is this supposed to be my treasure?
Alright, we need to do some reshuffling again. That was really good. This needs to come down one. I think this needs to come down one. That was really, really, really good. I don't know if I don't think it was as good as these top three. these top 3, and there might be reshuffling at the end again. To give like 1 or 2 is like peak best, but holy shit, dude, why is it? What happened? Where did they flip a switch? Like somewhere around here, they were just like, yeah, we go from funny, goofy, silly little trailers to either just like extreme horniness or extreme kick you in the like heartfelt. What the fuck, dude? Okay, next. Testimony of the Blind.
System connected. Subject, Iron Squad, training.
Stop feeding her your nonsense, Dix. Also, I won't lose next time.
Who's placing bets on the next round?
That Trigger's looking for romance.
Blind Sniper's gonna have like that's like trope.
Sorry. Wait, Cocytus, are you recording in the base without clearance again?
Hey, Trigger, hold this for me, will you? Got a dash.
Never stop.
Trigger. Are you guys teaming members of Fire Squad?
Trust each other with our lives.
Wait, she's not blind yet?
First.
Wait, what? Oh. Wait, what do you mean she isn't blind yet?
No one else here.
Wait, what do you mean?
According to your testimony, they survived the Hollow Zero disaster. Is that correct?
So right now she has eyes?
Trigger, what did you remember? Answer me. Where are they? Talent sheet to kill. Shooting. Seems she's just talking since first. That's right.
There's probably evidence of what? Jesus Christ. They're the bad guys? What? Dude, it seems like everyone's the bad guys in this series. I don't know what's going on here. Jesus! I don't know if it was better than the one before. I think it was probably better than the mechanic one. Yeah, really didn't roll. Okay, let's continue. Let's just keep watching for now. We might need to do some reshuffling later. That's fine. Next, Vivian. Yeah, the art just hard carried that one. The art just really, really hard carried. I'm gonna go right here. Better than the mechanic one. Although yeah, the story. I think the story of this one. The story kind of hits a little harder for me for some of these. So that's definitely a solid A. But nothing else is broken in the S tier yet. I don't think that one really gets that close to it. Okay, next. Only a couple left. You guys have been enjoying this. I know I haven't got to actually play yet, but I figured it'd be fun. I wanted to do the demos before, which we did. I really liked this one. Why not we do this one too? And enjoy it. Okay, next. One character teaser. Let's go. Oh.
Shifu! Shifu! Hurry!
We are training beyond the bounds.
Of course. I've memorized all the basics for dealing with everything from inquiries to rescue.
Kung Fu Panda vibes for me.
Don't say I didn't warn you then.
I should get a fortune. I'm feeling lucky lately. Great misfortune? No way. Another. What? Another.
It's tough.
Try this box.
Don't worry. Try lying down with the lights off and eating a simpler diet.
I've tried already.
What?
But I just can't fall asleep.
Oh.
If you can't sleep, why not just stay up and play?
I still work at night. I must have done something sinister.
Just quit your job.
The thing that possessed you is gone now. It said it's tired, and it's time to rest.
Scam Artist 101? No. This isn't Scam Artist 101. This is called Tech Support 101. Tell people, they call you and they go, my PC doesn't work. And you go, okay, well, what's the issue? And then you Google the issue and then you read them to Google and they go, oh my god, thank you. And they could have solved it themselves.
I feel your way of doing things is different from what the books teach.
Some things can't be forced. You must find the flow. Follow the flow, and solved.
Oh. Is this what my training is for? Just taking care of trivial matters?
Wait. I'm trying to remember. Is she the one from the demo where, like, the big fight in the training facility?
In a situation like this, we just get used force.
Only for the road. Ideally, something like this would have never happened. Fufu, let's head back. It's mealtime.
I've put the vibe.
Oh, I'm coming.
The super chill, calming vibe, that's my kind of vibe right there. Alright, That one was really good. I don't know if I'd say we're starting to have an issue with the AIDS here. All right, it's time. This feels better. We still got 3 more to go, so this could change. But this feels like I told you I'd make 1 extra category, okay? And I held off as long as I could on making the last category. No way, Jane, not peak. I'm sorry. That, like, it was good, but it did not hit as hard as these two. These two had soul in them. All right, and I'm sorry. I can't deny it. Okay. Next, Jane. Let's go. Cyberpunk vibes. This is. Wait, is this another Jane video? Short film. Wow. It's time for peak. Okay. Spoilers. I'm not gonna get you out. It gives me Spy X vibes.
I want to be a hero, just like the heads of our family.
Does none of the Albie know what it really means to be a hero?
To destroy all the bad guys.
Real.
Heroes aren't born to destroy, Miyabi. They're born to protect.
That's true.
But all Mommy really wants is for you to grow up safe and sound. Because the path to becoming a hero often comes with losses that can't be undone.
Flashback within a flashback. Okay, I was just thinking to myself, is she like choosing her weapon? Because like, look at all the things on the floor. But I was like, no way, they're doing like making a shot, like a literal toddler choose a weapon, right? Oh no, they are.
My Miyabi doesn't need the demon sword. I just want her to live in a very
How'd she break it?
Today's training is and you have to get a full 8 hours of sleep for the training to count.
cameras.
You've forgotten your aunts and uncles' names again, haven't you? Today's training is memorizing all of your family members' names.
He's reaching for that one sword.
Dressed when you're as tall as mommy. Travel together.
That's a crazy shot right there. Holy.
Try. You just need to be patient. Today is after your favorite.
Joked earlier, I said, what is their budget? Yes, I didn't think the bag got deeper. I did not think the bag could get deeper. They found a way to find more, to reach into that bag and pull something out. Holy fucking shit. So wait, why did she, I know, was her mom dying? Is that why she didn't want to turn into the crystals? Is that why she made her do it? Mom's turning into a monster? But why was mom turning into a monster? And it activates the spirit of the sword. What does that mean? You have to murder somebody to activate the sword? So she was like, 2 birds, 1 stone, I'm dying anyway, so I'll give you the sword, and that way I also don't get corrupted? That's crazy. I thought it was a fucking silly little game. I thought it was just a silly little game. What the f is this? Alright, last one. If you enjoyed this, you've been enjoying it, okay. So that's up in the YouTube video, YouTube version. That's right. Jesus Christ. The Fufu teaser. Wait, the Fufu thing isn't gonna be on this. It's not a. Wait, oh, it's a Fufu teaser. Oh, I thought it was a demo. Is that like brand new? Is that why it's not on this list? There's a demo and a teaser. Alright, we'll watch the demo at the end as a little treat. Chat, last one. We'll watch the demo after as a little treat. 8 minutes long. Holy. What's this one called? Digimon animated short film. Those buns are fire.
Fuck me.
Time itself
she's getting corrupted. It's unbelievable. Actually unbelievable. Sword is. Did she use the sword still? Or did she find a way to break the cycle? She doesn't? The sword is gone? Okay. That is fire. Actual cinema. It's not even over yet. Rush versus the sword. Wait, because she uses ink? Wait, that's fire. Wait, that's so fire. Full on, the pen is the mightier than the sword. Ass reference. Unbelievable amount of thought that goes into this.
Everybody stand! Eat Lolling! Eat Papa! Get wrath from the sky!
Oh, come on.
No more mistakes. Is this our fate?
That might be that actually might be this one yet.
Rise with the sun!
Huh? Let's light it up!
Cinema.
Teamwork is dreamwork! Fulfill our pact!
Cinema.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh!
Light of the blazing sun!
Said I wasn't gonna do it. I'm making a special exception. Said I wasn't gonna do it. I'm making a special exception. That's like real life. Inflation is inevitable. I don't know what to do. Dude, I tried, okay? I tried. I feel like I did good the entire time until the end.
Quick
This is
as a
the end of the
flash.
list, though. I think it's a good list. You know what? I'm happy with it. I'm happy with this. I don't think I'm gonna make any changes. I didn't know that this went so hard.
shadows.
Enough.
One silly
Evil looks. Shoot on sight.
What we say, right? Did not realize the story went that hard. Did not realize the episodes and stuff was actually that crazy. It is a silly game. Well, in a lot of ways, it probably is a silly little game. But I didn't expect that. Didn't expect the heartstring pulling. I wasn't ready for that. So, that being said, though, I'm cool with this list. Hopefully, you don't crucify me too hard, because that was fun. And yeah, I'm standing by it. That being said, apparently this just dropped yesterday, or not yesterday, a couple days ago, which is one more demo. I'm not gonna rank this one, obviously. This is just a fun little extra treat. Was it just her daydreaming? I was gonna say, wasn't she still like a student? Oh, she is a senior member? Oh. Wait, she rides the thing? Oh, is he supposed to be like a little tiger? Oh, that's a... I was actually going to say that's kind of adorable. A pet robot? That's cute. After, I mean, like, from the previous stories, this one, and, what was the other one? The other one she was in. This one, I can see where people probably are really, really excited for this. I've been there, right? Oh yeah, I cannot tell you.
Adventure time. Everybody stand. Show no mercy. You two. Time to.
Only one man, but so much fun and time.
Wrath from the sky.
Give some time, okay? We'll work our way through it. But yeah, that was really fun. Hey, I enjoyed that. That was really, really good. But I think that's all I'm gonna sign off there for today. Have a good night. As always, appreciate you, and I will see you again. So if you didn't see a couple.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar, and it's safe to say it's been a pretty wild week. You know, I was looking at YouTube apparently rolling out an AI to verify if we are actually under or over the age of 18. You know, when it comes to the internet, ladies and gentlemen, the past 7 days has really shown me that there's a lot that's changing. There's going to be a lot more showing your identification to access every part of the internet. That free, anonymous space that many people crave and love, that is slowly but surely dying out.
Rise with the
Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I decided to look at what they were saying that starting August 13, 2025.
Teamwork is fulfill our path.
Not that much time left.
Lolling, eat Papa.
Pyroclastic surge.
Determine if a U.S. user is under the age of 18. So this will happen regardless of the birth date you've entered. And I'm sure there's plenty of YouTube accounts that are 99 years old. Because I'm sure plenty of the young ones that definitely set their age to 1900 when they were making their account, as many people back in the day did. So the model uses a variety of signals like YouTube activity and longevity of the account. If we determine you're under 18, you'll be notified. As always, you have the option to verify your age, and they ask you by giving a government ID, a selfie, or, God bless, a credit card. So they actually gave all the smorgasbord of verification options. So basically, if they determine a user is under 18, then the account becomes a teen account on YouTube, meaning that you get non-personalized ads. So for a lot of people that do make children's content, prepare to see your income dip pretty successfully down on this platform, because you really do need the personalized ads to make good money. Enabled digital well-being tools by default, like taking a break, showing reminders about privacy when uploading a video, minimizing recommendations of videos that could be problematic if viewed in repetition. So again, YouTube responded even further here, and they said, hey, if I watch Pokemon, Minecraft, anime, Roblox, no, actually that's for everyone. They're going to use an age estimation model that looks at a lot of deep things, where again, it's not just as simple as, hey, I felt nostalgic, now YouTube's treating me like a kid. And of course, no one is required to provide their ID to use YouTube. If our age estimation model determines you're under 18, you'll be notified. And if you believe it's incorrect, you have the option then to provide your ID, selfie, or a credit card. So yes, there is going to be age estimation coming, at least in the United States. And I can only imagine this will hit the entire world. Now, YouTube's pretty much engineered, I would say, in their mind, it seems a pretty foolproof way of isolating kiddies from adults. Now, I used the E word over there, and I want to just start talking a little bit. I know there's been some drama, and I want to kind of address things here really quickly. So, obviously, I have been calling myself an engineer, in some cases a programmer, a cybersecurity engineer, whatever you can call it. And, you know, I apparently have also been a dropout, which I don't hide. Now, obviously, me being a dropout, so I'm not a certified...
That's gonna hurt.
Now, I've been watching videos in the past where I've talked to guys about safety, cybersecurity, a lot of
I'm going in! Show no mercy!
And I believe it actually...
You two! Time to end! Light up the blazing sun!
Now, if you feel offended, if you feel wrong that I called myself an engineer while not being a degree-holding engineer, then for that I do apologize. And I will denigrate myself to, you know, I guess programmer or a fat Indian guy that knows a bit about computers. That's what I'll do. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Now, again, if you want to stick around, awesome. If you feel wrong that this does not suffice for you, then I don't really give a fuck. Simple as that. Now, again, that being said, if anything else comes out of this, you know, whether there be some legal stuff, I'll just let lawyers handle it, and we'll call it a that. But that being said, I want to move forward, and that's pretty much the engineered response that I had to give. That being said, let's look even further into what's going on the other side of the world. So the United Kingdom, when they launched the Online Safety Act, one of the ministers, one of the people on TV came out and started saying this about VPNs.
And for everybody who's out there thinking of using VPNs, let me just say to you directly, verifying your age keeps a child safe, keeps children safe in our country. So let's just not try and find a way around. Just prove your age, make the internet safer for children, make it a better experience for everyone.
Dog, if I have to give my identification card to every single website and game and service, that is not a fun experience. That is actually so fucking frictioned and annoying that I don't want to deal with the internet. Now, it's funny that I looked at this and, you know, I always kind of joked around and said, man, all these laws are probably getting passed by VPN lobbies, like they just want to get their stocks going up. But the thing about it is, obviously, the VPNs were never going to be an answer, okay? Because it even came out that apparently some of the people in the government, like, had expense sheets that came out because they're public servants, that apparently they were paying for VPN subscriptions. So really, it's rules for thee, not for me, that kind of bullshit. And the thing about it is, obviously, with these laws being passed where they want to verify, you know, actual people with identifications, VPNs are not going to be a tool that is going to be around much longer. If these governments or these organizations are really gung-ho on taking away your privacy. Now, that doesn't mean that you should give up on VPNs. Like I've recommended, Mullvad VPN is a pretty great option. But even when it comes to things like YouTube, right, there was something that I saw floating around where apparently YouTube was blocking VPN. The internet is genuinely dead. I just got this for the first time. I live in the United Kingdom, so I don't want to submit ID. And of course, it all came up to this VPN proxy detected on YouTube. Now, I want to kind of, you know, disarm this because I think it's actually misinformation. So, for instance, on YouTube, there's a channel known as Formula One. And over here, you can see that I've loaded up a 8-minute race highlight.
Now, why isn't this loading up necessarily? Well, it's because if I fire up a VPN really quickly, for instance, like NordVPN, Connect, God forbid, the United Kingdom, and I hit enter, you can see that, again, if I refresh this page, this video will give that little error VPN proxy detected. You might have seen it for a half second, but that's just kind of how it works. So why is this video not working? Well, it's because they've actually restricted the Formula One channel, from my understanding, from reaching to generally every part of the world, right? There are actual licensing limitations. You can actually see this happen with like movies, sporting events, just YouTube TV in general. Now, the thing about VPN services is that they're not necessarily services that, are undetectable. If you go to Netflix with a, VPN that, doesn't do its effort to hide itself well, then all Netflix has to do, or really any service has to do, is find out where that VPN is hosted and just block those servers. So, for instance, if I connect through NordVPN, for instance, you can see that in the United Kingdom, it's given me the ISP, Cloudvider Limited. Now, if you look up Cloudvider Limited is a website that provides VPSs in 11 global locations. So the thing is, if you're somebody that wants to host your own VPN, and I made videos like this in the past with Muda VPN and Muda VPN 2, you can actually rent a VPS really anywhere in the world. So for instance, this is a company called Vulture, which also provides VPS. Now I could buy one from Bangalore all the way to Los Angeles. So if I buy a VPS service from here, what I can do is basically get access to a really easy script. Actually, let me pull one up here. Now this is WireGuard Install, which is a VPN installer. It's a bash script that you can run in these VPSs, and as long as you have access to these supported distributions, which your VPS very much has, you can basically install this and connect to your VPS server and use it as a VPN. Now, is it going to be hiding your information or storing it anonymously? Probably not. And if you want to get a really good VPN, I can always recommend Mullvad VPN as an option. But that's just generally how this stuff works. The reason I went to that extent to tell you is that, again, when it comes to these companies like NordVPN, they're probably got deals with a bunch of these companies to host servers all over the world. And if companies like Netflix or YouTube or, well, the government really want to deal with stopping these VPNs, they can have an entire crack team of people looking at the top VPN and just basically playing a game of whack-a-mole with these organizations. And I'm sure the VPN companies will obviously always fight back. But that's kind of, unfortunate grim future. Now, when it comes to the age verification stuff, there's plenty of ways to do it. The most common way right now, apparently, are either these selfies or just sending a photo of your government ID. Now, there's a lot of people joking that maybe they can go to sites like Fake Name Generator, make an entire fake name, and then maybe edit that onto a digital ID, send that into an organization, and maybe, just maybe use it to bypass. There's a lot of people using Gmod and Death Stranding 2 to bypass the facial verification, so much like when I was a kid, there were always interesting ways to engineer your way out of blocks. Back when I was a kid, sites like Newgrounds and Miniclips were blocked on the school computers. But all it took us was to just go to a console or the command prompt. Back in the days of like Windows, 98 XP, we would just basically go in, type in ping newgrounds.com. And as long as you can get the idea of like this IP address, you could get past the school's word list and succeed. Now, one thing that I want to say is obviously for a lot of these organizations, like, the Online Safety Act, the bills rather, there are equivalent bills that are slowly being pushed in the United States. For instance, one of the bills coming from Representative, well, this is just highlighted by her, children should never have access to adult content online. This is something everyone should agree on. I do. I don't think kids should be watching pornography. That's not a shocking thing. But she wants to pass the Screen Act. So I looked up the Screen Act in the United States, and obviously the Screen Act is there to require certain interactive computer services to adopt and operate technology verification measures. This is brought forward by Senator Mike Lee in Utah, a Republican here, who I thought they were always for like small government, but not really, I guess. Requirement for age verification measures. So for instance, use a technology verification measure, which again, the government isn't providing, so use a third-party one. Provide that requiring a user to confirm that the user is not a minor shall not be sufficient to satisfy the requirements of Section A. Make publicly available the verification process, and then subject the IP addresses, including known VPN addresses, so what I just talked about earlier, when, you know, governments can have crack teams to knock down which IPs actually belong to a VPN company, and which ones are just like your standard, you know, VPS. These are all things that the government is trying to enable just to, you know, take away the little bit of privacy that you have left. Now, I think this is really stupid from a, you know, just freedom perspective, right? Now, if you're somebody that is so worried about the children having access to adult content on the internet, I'm going to show you a quick tip right here, okay? So inside your terminal or command shell or whatever, right? If I just type in IPadder, it'll be like ipconfig for like Windows people. But if you look up here, you can see that my local IP is 127.0.0.1, and then of course the Ethernet IP I have is 192.168.50.206, okay? Now, this is, again, my local IP address. This is just my computer's IP address in my home network. So, here's a fun thing you can do. If you take this digit, if you take 192.168.50 and then 0.1, or whatever your gateway IP is, you get access to your actual, you know, router settings. So inside my router settings, you can see that, you know, it's pretty much a standard page, and most routers have these kind of setting screens. Now, I'm saying most routers because I'm trying to make sure that, you know, in case somebody has like a router from like fucking back in the Paleolithic era, you might not have things like parental controls. But on this router, I actually do have parental controls. So you go over your parental controls, you pick which, you know, device little Timmy's iPad or laptop is on. You select that, and you can block all kinds of stuff. So for adult content, I can get rid of all of the adult content. But let's say, you know, I don't want little Timmy to look at that disgusting porn, but maybe the illegal and violent stuff is okay. Untick that. You can even block instant messaging, P2P and file transfer, and streaming and entertainment. If you want to block the entire internet and give them the whole Boy in the Bubble experience, slap that plus sign and hit apply, and you should be pretty good and gravy. If you have a cell phone, for instance, like an Android phone or an iPhone, these have OS-level parental control. So any of these politicians going out about, like, think of the fucking children. Yeah, if you really care about the children, you can just do the blocks yourself, okay? You don't need to destroy the internet access for the entire fucking world. That's just stupid. Now, what's interesting, too, is I saw another internet commentator called Asmongold. You might have heard of him. He had one take that, you know, I really do want to talk about because I don't agree with this take, but I can see exactly what Asmongold is trying to kind of, you know, come to, right? Like, some sort of a compromise. We can't all be anonymous on the internet, but there's got to be some way for us to keep our privacy. So Asmongold says, Internet Real ID is inevitable, especially for social media. And that I don't even disagree with. I think ever since we've had, like, you know, unfederated access since the dawn of the internet, a lot of these big companies, a lot of governments just don't like humans talking to each other and discussing whatever it is that they want to. Now, I think that the whole internet laws that are being passed is not just for censorship. Like, obviously, we can all joke about, like, you know, stupid stuff getting removed, but it really seems like a lot of the stuff that's getting taken away is people's access to looking at, you know, things like protests, for instance. You know, war crimes internationally that are happening, that are getting blocked out of feeds because of acts like this. We're looking at situations where the wording is so broad that apparently, and I don't know if this is entirely true, but according to individuals who are reading the Online Safety Act and Ofcom, that apparently just like violence between characters like SpongeBob may be enough to necessitate some level of block, okay? So it's weird that more stuff is getting blocked that shouldn't have been blocked under this act in general. Like things like if sites like Wikipedia are having an issue with the law, then the law has problems being written. And I think it's mostly about censorship. But this is where I think it's also about surveillance and control of the kind of information that you are supposed to see. So he says, denying this, it might feel good, but it is a lie, and you know it. What isn't inevitable is private companies having access to our public records. I mean, it isn't inevitable, but I think we all should completely fight back. The best solution is a government authentication token that only verifies info. So in his mind, and this kind of makes sense from a technical perspective, like imagine having a blockchain where I guess the government gives you a digital ID. You show the government your ID, they give you a digital like token or an NFT or whatever you want to call it as, and say, okay, this token number is 200. Let's light it up! So anytime I go to a website, the last thing that shows and
Everybody stand back!
verify that my information is valid, right?
Suffer the wrath of Eatly! Pyroclastic surge!
Now signals me as somebody that they can basically catalog exactly what website I myself go to. So one guy says, we're not going to comply, period. And that goes, you've already complied by providing your information to your internet service provider, which is true. You know, if you want to get access to the internet, I got to pay a substantial amount of cash to whatever ISP is in Canada to get access to the internet. And through that, they know who I am because I pay for the internet. They got my name, they got my fucking ID, they've got my credit check, they got everything. If the government subpoenas your data, your ISP will give it to them. And that's true. In fact, that goes true for most tech companies. I think Ethan Klein right now is suing a bunch of content creators for violating his copyrights. And so he went to Reddit. He
Rise with a string it!
On Reddit. So, in fact, he went to Reddit and order that grants him access to people's information. And even if you think you can delete your information, you thought
Teamwork is dream!
you never really
Fulfill our
and
pact!
he gave an email that lets you do something that can make
You two! Titan! Wrath from the sky!
That's the thing. Okay, that's the grim reality of the world we're in. In a way, Asmongold is right. For 99% of users, anonymity is a mirage. But the thing is, these kind of tokens, these kind of verifications, serve as surveillance because there are ways to have your privacy on the internet. Now, I've talked about this plenty of times, but to give you guys an idea, there are something known as browser fingerprints. So even if your IP address belongs to a bunch of people in your house, your browser fingerprints or your device fingerprints are actually very unique. So under Google Chrome, which is one of the most used browsers, I went to the EFF's Cover Your Tracks website. And through this, it generated a report that shows you just how much information is leaking out. So for instance, just off of this, my time zone offset and my time zone are available. So let's say you use a VPN and you connect through France with a time zone of Toronto. That's probably going to sketch any system out. But then you can go down even further. And of course, there's more information that comes out. These systems can figure out your GPU, for instance. My RTX 4090 comes through the WebGL, vendor, and renderer. Even going down the road, you can identify languages, the operating system of a user, even down to how many CPU cores that they have on their system. All of this builds a fingerprint that can be used to track you from site to site. And the thing is, for any government agency or any person that wants to truly spy on somebody, they're probably going to look at that stuff in coordination with IP addresses and other identifiers. But if you're somebody that wants your anonymity, nothing stops you from going with privacy-focused browsers, you know, a burner computer, and accessing through like libraries, through like public Wi-Fi points, through any like publicly accessible Wi-Fi. And sure, even if the government wanted to hunt you down, I'm sure they can dig up like fucking camera footage and see who's connecting at what specific time a request is made. But there are ways to get your anonymity. This, if implemented, basically gets rid of any anonymity you could ever hope to achieve. And it puts a lot of liabilities on every website. There's not going to be a lot of websites that'll have the ability to afford this level of verification across the board. For a lot of the mainstream stuff like YouTube, for a lot of stuff like Twitter or anything, they'll be able to weather it because they're big billion-dollar companies. But not the small sites. They'll have to deny access for people all over the world just to keep the lights on or the servers running. You know, there's a video game that I played back in the day called Deus Ex. It's still very much recently played. Great game, by the way. It came out in the year 2000. And I feel like it predicted the world of the internet that we're in. Inside the game, towards the middle section, you get to meet this AI called Morpheus, and it tells you all about actually spying on individuals. So listen to this clip and let me know how it actually relates to the world we're in.
How about a report on yourself? That was see any music about spying on people. Some people just don't understand the dangers of indiscriminate surveillance. Electronic surveillance hardly inspires reverence. Perhaps fear and obedience, but not reverence.
Alright. I finally did it.
Even video games, right? You think it stops at social media websites? Well, video games themselves are social media services. And one of the things that I saw floating around was apparently GTA Online might need access to some level of verification. So what you're seeing over here is code that has been dug up by leakers. So here you can see age assurance QR, so they're scanning QR codes to verify your age to access Grand Theft Auto Online. So again, through accessing your service, right, they're going to allow access to the internet, they're going to either allow you to access the store in the game, or Snapmatic, things like phone messages or text chats may be disabled because again, these are social services. We're trying to limit children from having access to online stuff, right? We're trying to limit people. And a more visual style of this is something like this. So when you go to a video game, it'll be like, hey buddy, verify your age. And the thing is, if every video game starts asking me to do this, then I'm just not gonna fucking play many online video games, okay? Maybe I might play GTA Online 2 because I have a serious interest in it. I mean, me and Amaro Kyle will probably play the shit out of it when it comes out. But when it comes to many online games, that level of friction and weirdness is probably gonna be enough for me to say, I'll just stick to the single player stuff, okay? That's where I'm gonna be at. But even when it comes to some of the goofiest shit like this, man, it's not even just the law you have to do. It's also the private company. So for instance, right here, ladies and gentlemen, you might have heard of, this company known as MasterCard or Visa. The guys that were responsible for, I would say, limiting the kind of content that we got to experience on platforms like Steam, itch.io, so on and so forth. There was a whole video game set of bans. And even MasterCard came out and said, hey, MasterCard has not evaluated any game or required transaction of any activity on game creator sites and platforms, contrary to the allegations. Our payment network follows standards based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow
Got a new ghost story to share?
On our network. At the same time, we require merchants to have appropriate control to ensure MasterCard cards cannot be used for unlawful purchases, including illegal adult content. And that's true. If you actually look up the MasterCard merchant rules, 5.12.7, which are illegal or brand damaging transactions, the corporation considers any of these to be a violation. So the sale or offer of a sale of a product other than in full compliance with the law, then applicable to the acquire, issuer, merchant, cardholder, cards, or corporation. The sale of a product or service, including an image, which is patently
I would never turn down more
value, as such as, by way of example and non-limitation, image of non-consensual sexual behavior, sexual exploitation of a minor. Now, I'm going to leave it right over here, because my next point is talking about one of the more disgusting things that I've seen this week. Now, you might not know, this is the online influencer known as Lil Kay. Probably seen her back years ago. She was on TikTok fucking around, and she was getting literally now, when she turned 18, apparently she started an OnlyFans account, and if you look at the bio,
actually 18. So, disgusting. Please don't tell my mom. My nieces are taking shots at 1201 again. We're shots at 1201 again. Only available for 24 hours. Come in my birthday.
Hit him where it hurts. No escape.
Money to see their OnlyFans. And she made money on OnlyFans, apparently to the tune of like $1 million. Now, I have to imagine, if these were shot at such a time, the only way that these could still be up on OnlyFans is I would imagine that they proved to OnlyFans that they shot these things on her birthday, which hopefully happened a few weeks ago, and then these images were posted, and it's just kind of like a goofy meme here, even though it's I'm liberally using the term goofy meme here. But it could literally be that maybe these images were taken before she was 18. She posted them up for OnlyFans, and people use her credit cards to get access. Now the thing is why aren't Visa and MasterCard shitting on OnlyFans? Why are they going after the video games and not a real possible situation like this? So actually, if you go back to, just 2021, OnlyFans did actually have that brief period where they banned, like, sexual content, or they were trying to step away from it. And obviously people were mad because they built their whole website on being a pretty big platform for individuals who wanted to share lewd stuff. So according to OnlyFans CEO Tim Stokely, he blamed banks like the Bank of New York Mellon for the company's decision. In an interview, Stokely said Mellon blocked...
Alright. That's going to be it for this stream. Good luck everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.